Welcome, champions. How is everyone doing today? Hello. And of course, gotta get something else in the background after that. If it's a little too quiet or too loud for you, just let me know. I just need something for my own sanity. We living? Yeah. Oh, how you doing, the realist Tyler? Welcome back. Today we will be going over Seat 3. Good this morning? Welcome back, Lazy Cat. It's going to be an interesting seat for sure. There's some really powerful champions in this seat. And some duds as well. So, it'll be fun to go through them. Good night for you. Where are you from, Kratos? If you don't mind me asking. Poland, okay. That's a far ways away from me. Oh. We're definitely gonna have to look over a couple of them in particular, Gromma being one of them, since she was just reworked. And of course, Artemis, the big hitters in this seat. Might as well start taking a look at them, huh? Gromma, Artemis, Binwin, Omin, Brig, BBEG, Spurt, Mehen, Nahara, Dynaheir. And Nayeli, of course, the core champion. Waiting for arthritis. I guess, we could just start with the core champion, Nayeli. Most of the core champions are about as basic as you get. Some of them offer a little bit more, but Nayeli's an interesting one. For one reason in particular that I'm still confused by, but we'll get to that in a second. Yeah, we can start with Nayeli. So, one thing that is important very early on in the game with Nayeli is she is your first actual tank. And that is helpful, but core champions get outclassed pretty quickly, and their usefulness as far as their roles and their buffs, you know, they only push so far. Shashakins, how you doing? You still thinking about WoW? I think this might be just a tad loud. Little lower maybe. A little bit, yeah. So, being a tank, clearly you want Nayeli at the front of your formation if at all possible. One of the, not a problem, but pseudo problem with her is she increases the damage of the champions in the column behind her. So no matter where she is placed, you need your DPS, whoever that may be, directly behind her. That does make positioning a little restrictive for her, especially being the first tank. It just kind of lacks, and I feel like there should have been a feat by now that has increased that another column or something, but whatever. One of her feats is a problem, but I'll get into that after we go over her kit. We'll actually go over her specialization first. Burn right through these re-specialization potions again. Come on. Hello, Ovium. So, her specialization is very simple. You either increase the effect of her Aura of Courage, or increase her health. At the end of the day, it's hard to not recommend just increasing her damage, as you know, damage is how you push. Sometimes you will need to increase your survivability, but more often than not, you're probably going to take Aura of Courage buff. But the health increase isn't useless. How you doing, King Salami? Is that what we're going for? King Salami. How you doing? But she does have a little more to offer with Aura of Protection, increasing the damage of all champions for each enemy attacking her or each enemy in rage stack. This isn't going to stack up crazy, but her having 2 buffs, both of them being rather small, it's still not terrible for a core champion. It doesn't keep up with a lot of the champions in her seat or just in general, but it's not terrible. Being a tank offering 2 potential buffs. A problem with her is, and this isn't like a huge problem, but they have introduced glitch feats not too long ago that potentially makes champions count as another race. And in this case, Nayeli counts as Githyanki. The problem with that is, for some mechanics, she doesn't. And the biggest one would be Ashara, where Ashara scales with her bonds, and if you want to make her a damage dealer, she needs to match 4 out of 4 for both of her bonds. You're gonna want to take Potpourri with her, and then Exotic. Increase the damage of Asimar, Bullywug, Doppelganger, Ganassi, Gith, right there. That should cover Gith Zerai and Githyanki. Case in point, you can use Nrak, and you can use Lae'zel. Oh, I do have her leveled. So, Lae'zel being Githyanki, and Nrak being Gith Zerai. If you go to Ashara's bonds, you're only counting 2 out of 2 for Exotic, with Lae'zel and Nrak. Nayeli should be counting as a Gith for her, but she doesn't, and I don't know why. And you might be thinking, oh, well, that's just glitch feats. That's not the case either. Who can I use here? Who has an exotic glitch? Oh, crap. I forget who has... Someone is Warforged. Is it Birdsong? Yeah, there we go. Although, that actually doesn't work, since she already is an exotic as a Tabaxi. So it's bugged? Yeah, it is bugged. Nayeli should be counting with her glitch feat as exotic for Ashara, but she doesn't. And I don't know why. And it's been that way for a long time, so I'm not sure why she's not counting as exotic for Ashara. So that is a problem, but one that hopefully will be looked at and fixed at a certain point. I need to think of, let me just pull up a list, because I do want to give an example of a glitch feat that is working to showcase that it does work and it's supposed to. But let me look at those feats real quick. Need to find someone who gets, Calliope. There we go. Yeah, Calliope has a feat to count as Haringen. I always pronounce that as Sharingan in my brain. So normally half-elf, a glitch feat to count as Haringen, which is part of the exotic family. So we'll reslot Ashara, and now she does have 1 count for exotic. So glitch feats should be working for it. It's just not with Nayeli. Don't know why. Who knows? But that is pretty much Nayeli's entire kit, right there. Aura of Courage, Aura of Protection, and with a specialization choice you can boost her health. So, let's take a look at her availability. With Nayeli, we are... I need to hit this scene up. Whoop, whoop, whoop. So, being good, she's available for Mert. She naturally has higher constitution, so she will be available for Vajra. However, her int is 8, so she will never be available feat or otherwise for Strahd. Zariel, she is naturally available for. However, being a core champion, that means she will never be available for Elminster, unless they change something. As far as her day 1 trial availability goes, she will only be locked out of that low int. So, pretty average, not amazing, not terrible availability. As far as where she might be moving on the list, I believe, let's take a look at that. I'll pull it up. Previously in the old tier list, we had her as the gatekeeper of C+. And I think one of the bigger concepts of that is, as far as core champions go, I do believe she is more useful than Celeste. That was kind of the concept behind both of their rankings previously. So let's take a look at the current list. She's definitely better than Celeste. Yeah, I agree. And so I definitely think she's going to move down a little bit in the spirit of what we're doing. But I do believe she's better than Celeste, more useful than even Cthulhu, Donner, time being Esmeralda. Probably will get knocked out of the C+. I'm thinking somewhere in the C-. That's where my brain initially goes. What does everyone else think? You think C- as well? That's my initial instinct. C-. Yeah. Comparing her to Nixie's interesting. Good core champ, but she gets outclassed by a bunch of other tanks. Yeah. A lot of other tanks and pretty much everyone in her seat. There are some that I actually think underperform her in that seat. But, yeah, I'm thinking... I'm wondering if she goes even slightly above Nixie, but... in the C-, I think, is where she belongs. I really wish they would fix the feat, but you do get some use out of her. Some of the restrictive variants, yeah. And that's kind of the thing why I don't want to dump her too deep down, is being a tank and, you know, not the best buffer, but a suitable buffer. She's not, like, worthless at all, but she just is never going to pump up amazing numbers, and you're not going to really want to ever invest in her. So yeah, that's kind of a C- vibe. Yeah, I'm thinking C-. So, as a reminder for anyone watching now who wasn't here before, all of these champions are just the Seat 3 champions. They are not all in the F tier. I was going to go back and add another tier, but I'm using Tier Maker, and going back, I'm pretty sure I'm using the maximum allotted amounts of columns, so I couldn't make a new column for like a waiting room or something. So in the F tier they remain until we rank them. That being said, we have a lot to go through, so who are we going to look at next? Anyone want to look at anything in particular? A lot of options. Couple of duds, couple of good ones. BBEG. Okay, yeah, we can go into the BBEG. Brig. We'll do BBEG then Brig. Brig is likely going to drop a bit. BBEG is a very interesting champion. Absolutely. Right off the gate, he's basically very useful for any form of speed team. The only speed team you're probably not going to want him for is a scriptless run, because he does a lot of bud damage, and bud damage can kind of throw off a scriptless team. The weird thing about his speed is someone else in the same seat, Nahara, has almost an identical speed buff. They serve the exact same purpose, and they excel and fall off at almost the same time in a push. So it's kind of weird that they're like neck and neck So keep that in mind when we talk about Nahara later. But as far as his entire kit goes, he has great availability as he can be slotted with any variant or adventure that another Awful Ones is available for. As a sworn enemy of the Awful Ones, BBEG is eligible for any adventure that any of them are eligible for. So, as long as you have Evandra, Nixie, and Antreus, his availability is great. I don't actually recall if you need to have them or if they just qualify with him. I know... Yeah, I actually don't remember, because I've always had them all. But, yeah. His main buffing comes from Evil Overlord, where he increases the damage of all champions with an intelligence of 12 or less. That is pretty restrictive. Let me pull up a list for as far as what DPS champions that includes. Just pulling it up here. I am there's roll DPS, and I'm just using Bite Glow to get a good look at a list. And I'll actually pull it up for everyone as well here. Hold on. Let's use this one. Nope, not that one. This one. There we go. So roll DPS, and we're gonna hit the stats up. Int of 12. So we are looking. I mean, there's a lot of options, but there's not too many main. I mean, I guess there's a few. I mean, you have Warduke in there. You do have Dirge in there, which is a current front runner for that. And Crux and Karlach, again, can they be DPS? Yes. A lot of them are going to be used as support over a DPS. One of them is Black Viper. Black Viper is a popular one. But, what was his class? I actually forget. Is he was he a wizard? Yeah, he's a wizard. So she only scale, and he's not positional anyway. So not the greatest pick for Black Viper, as she wants positionals and certain classes. But yeah, as far as the options, it's just very restrictive, especially if you're trying to pair him with the Awful Ones. Again, I believe the only other DPS other than Nixie, the entirety of the Awful Ones buffs, synergetically, I don't know what the tense of that would be, but the only one other DPS they synergize with is Lucius, based on being neutral for Evandra, int 12 or less with BBEG, and charisma 17 plus with Nixie. It's pretty rough, and that's the biggest drawback to BBEG. But we'll look at the rest of his kit, and he has ways to scale up his damage quite a bit, his damage buffing rather. So let's look through all that. So he has Homebrew, increasing the damage bonus of Evil Overlord for each active potion, stacking multiplicatively. So once you get some potions in, you can keep that, like, you don't have to max it out, but just tagging some of the potions you're overflowing with will boost him up decently. I guess I don't want to do any speed ones right now, because that'll just change the way things look. But we'll do some real basic ones. And you'll see, that's bumped him up to an E15, whereas previously, I actually didn't look, I think it was like an E11, I think it was. But yeah, so that will boost it up. But then he also has rules lawyering. And actually, we'll look at his specializations real quick. Nice buff, useful. I don't think I'll ever have a stream where I don't do that. It automatically picked it because I did not uncheck my set formation, and I have him in my starting formation, so it auto-selected his specialization because I'm an idiot. Where is he? Gotta use another one. And now I can't find him. I'm blind! There he is. Wow. So, He will increase the bonus of Evil Overlord based on his specialization picks. 200% for evil champions in the formation. 150 for those with a total ability score of 78 or less, which is becoming a bit more prominent with the Absolute Adversaries and the Saturday Morning Squad. There's a lot more qualifying for that these days. And 100% for each lawful champion in the formation. We'll go ahead and just do 78 or less and slot a couple like that. So most, I think all, of the Absolute Adversaries will count for that. Will does have an attribute feat, so if you use his attribute feat, that will bump him over to not qualify. And as he does count for Dirge, he's not like terrible, but he does share a seat with someone who has Ceramorphosis. But there are times where, especially in Elminster, where he can actually work because he does have a rather unique, somewhat unique race. And Wizard, he does share a class with Gale of that affiliation. Not nerds. But we're not looking for that. We're just looking to slot some people. So let's get some 78 or less. We're just looking for that TOT. You've got the newest champion, Diana, who qualifies for that as well as a part of the Saturday Morning Squad. What was Nrak? Yeah, Nrak is over. Jim is definitely below 76. And let's get Astarion. As Astarion is 75. So, with all of them slotted, we're boosting it up to now an E19. Because... where is it? Did I miss it? Yeah, min-maxing. 150% for each champion with total ability score less. We've stacked that up to 10, gives it a good boost. So with homebrew and min-maxing, he can scale his buff really well. But he's not even done yet, as... I guess I should have used the awful ones. Sources of corpses. Well, I guess we should cover the... Is that a part of his just main kit? Yeah, rise my minions. Hello. Every 10 seconds, BBEG creates a plodding zombie that appears in front of the party and slowly plods forward. Zombies persist within an area with area changes, and enemies near a zombie. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow, Insomnia. I know that feeling. Hello, how you doing? But the important thing about the zombies is, within the radius, and you can see as he's summoning them, they deal bud damage. So he's constantly throwing out bud damage to enemies on the screen. Now, you can even make that better with Sources of Corpses. He will reduce the time it takes to summon a zombie by 2.5 seconds for each Awful One's affiliation in the formation. So let's get them out. Get a good idea of how the zombies are coming out now. You'll only ever have 3 on the screen at a time, it looks like. Maybe you'll clip 4 right at the end. But once we start getting all of the awful ones out here, you'll see he summons them a lot faster. So they do, and in many ways they all synergize together, that affiliation. So he will be constantly pumping out bud if you use them all together. And he has a decent buff. And the most important part we haven't even touched yet is his speed. Railroad. In the current area, or if the current area rather, is completed in 5 seconds or less, BBEG reduces the next area's quest requirements by 50%. So right away, just boom, half area requirements gone as long as you are quickly completing areas, which in a speed team, that's the goal. And he doesn't need to scale it with item levels, but he does have feats you'll want to use for it. Yeah, he just doesn't even have a gear slot, so even if you throw item levels at him, that's not going to change it. So yeah, he, I believe it's just the one? Yeah, I believe it's just the one feat. And one feat of note is Evil Party. Increases the effect of that Evil Overlord if the targeted champion is an int of 11 or lower, which is even more restrictive. But if your champion happens to qualify for it, your DPS. But yeah, so his biggest drawback is just how restrictive he is. If he does fit perfectly in your current formation, he's a great pick. But he's very restrictive. But he pretty much instantly has a slot in your speed team. But that being said, he shares almost the exact mechanic again with Nahara in his same seat. So either one can kind of be used depending on what you're doing. So he doesn't have a unique speed. But yeah, it's hard. We'll look at his availability, but it is pretty good. But we'll break it down. So, he is evil, so he will qualify for Mert. While he does not have the Constitution, he does via... I forget all who has the con, but Evandra has 16 con. Antreus... Does he have a feat for it? Yeah. Antreus can be. And Nixie is naturally. So, as they qualify, he will too. With, what was that formation ability called? Awful Nemesis. Naturally available for Strahd with his higher intelligence. With Zariel in the same light as Vajra, he will be via Awful Nemesis, or he actually does, I believe, yeah. He has a Charisma feat, so he can actually just qualify naturally himself if you equip the Charisma feat. And as far as day one goes, everything but his Constitution will naturally qualify, but again, he will be grandfathered in via Awful Nemesis with other members of... Well, he's not a part of their affiliation, but kind of a pseudo-member. But as long as an Awful Ones qualifies, he will as well. So, literally available for everything to a degree, and still available for Elminster, as he only came out 332 days ago, and 1095 is the cutoff for that. So, his available is very good. Code? I do not have any codes, J-Dog, unfortunately. But welcome, and hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow, Bill Slowski. I probably never will. Not for any reason other than I'm very just me and detached from everything else. I've never ever talked to anyone from Codename ever. So the Awful Ones are only a year old. Yeah, they'll all qualify for Elminster for quite a while. So they'll be useful for that, if nothing else. And of course, Witchlight, and him being always available for any Witchlight variant via Evandra is nice. So as far as where I had him previously, I had him in the lower B. Almost entirely because of his restrictive buffing. Because he is a good champion, can scale well, has a decent buff, has a competitive speed buff that he pretty much shares with someone in his seat. They talk about your tier lists? Do they? I don't watch a lot of content, and I don't really partake in the Discord at all, so I'm completely detached from all of that. So I don't know. I know Mars has mentioned me briefly in the past, and Mars has personally commented on a few things, but other than that, yeah. Yeah, it's possible, J-Dog. I'm not the type to charge forward with something like that. For the sake of giving you guys something, that could, maybe I will attempt in that case, but yeah. It's just one of those things. I'm very much detached and doing my own thing. As far as where he will go in the current tier list, let's pull that up. So previously in the B-, again, primarily because of his restrictions, He is good, though. Seeing how you describe BBG, he seems better than B-. Yeah, he should be in one way, but it's just, he is so restrictive. So restrictive. And I think that definitely has to knock him down. Looking at who has made it into B-. Absolute Adversaries has 3 DPS that have low end. You're not wrong, but he shares a seat with someone who has Ceramorphosis. And at the end of the day, you're probably only using Dirge as the main DPS of the Absolute Adversaries. Not exclusively. I mean, you can use Lae'zel and Karlach. And Karlach actually can put out good numbers. Excuse me. Got a little cum in my throat. Ravenous Bot? Ravenous Babot. Hey, how's it going? I was gonna call you Ravenous Bob, and that just made me think of... Is that Tekken Bob's from? I don't remember. Anyway, It's kind of like Solak in that he could get better if new champions come out that fits with him better. Kind of, yeah, because like... Again, he was designed mostly with the intent of the Awful Ones, making Nixie the DPS of his ideal affiliation, or formation, because he scales with the Awful Ones, but if you're using them, and not using Nixie as your DPS, again, Lucius becomes, I think, the only one who qualifies for all of their buffs, being neutral, Charisma 17+, Int 12-. So it is rough. He has been seeing more use, I think, with Dirge and Warduke teams in Elminster, and Elminster's become slightly more important because of that. It's just that restriction really makes it more difficult, because I do think he's a better buffer than most of the people in B-. But who he buffs makes it, like, that's why Thalora gets bumped down a bit. She has a pre-stack multiplier, but she just is very restrictive in who she buffs with it. That's what knocked her down. I could see him being placed alongside his other fellow speed teams in a high B-, with Whittle and Thalora, maybe. Move him up just a little bit within that tier. Stays as the gatekeeper B-. I could see that too. Yeah, right above Whittle. Come on, Whittle. She didn't want to move. You think his best use is not with Nixie? Beast of Troll. I think it's best use not with Nixie or AO's tank? So you're just saying pair him with Antreus, is what you're saying? For someone else? Yeah. I see what you're saying, Lazy. But then, again, I mean, if you're using him with Warduke, that can work. But Warduke prefers positionals, and he doesn't offer a positional. What other DPS... And again, kind of the same thing with Black Viper. She wants specific classes and positionals. Thank you for the follow. Bayushi Akira. So yeah, it just comes down to, even that some of the DPS he does work well with, or can be used for, oh, I am in the wrong scene. That must have been looking a mess. That's funny. I gotta pull up that DPS list again, because who does he just actually hard work with? I mean, he can with Dirge, but again, Dirge wants Ceramorphosis, and BBEG is sharing a seat with someone who can offer that. He works as a filler for Elminster, for Dirge and Warduke, but again, not ideal. Int 12-. I mean, yeah, he could work with Lae'zel and Karlach, but they're not the ideal DPS of their affiliations. it's just such a strange combo. I mean, he can be used with Zorbu. That is one thing, but Zorbu's definitely been outshined as time has gone on. He can be used with Arkan, but again, Arkan prefers positionals. He just has a rough time fitting in as an ideal pick for DPS. Good buffing potential, but he just doesn't quite fit. I think keeping him for the time being as the top of B- can work, because I do think he's good. And again, he has like a free slot in with a speed team. Although sharing that sentiment with Nahara, which we'll get to Nahara, but first, we'll leave him in C- for now, and we're going to move on to Brig, as someone wanted Brig. And I foresee Brig moving down. Brig, he came out at a strange time where it was like in between them buffing up the power creep, but also releasing some champions in between that didn't fit that power creep, and Brig doesn't quite fit that power creep. But we'll take a look at him. So, Brig primarily buffs the team with hype, increasing the damage of everyone in the formation by a flat amount. For each hype stack, the buff is increased by 10%, stacking additively, and then applying multiplicatively. And that, if he ever gets looked at, is the big thing to change. Make that some form of multiplicative stack instead of additive. As far as... trying to think here. Which way to go first? So yeah, increase the damage for everyone in the front for each hype. Where does it track hype? Man, I haven't used Brig in a minute. I'm trying to remember where he stacks up the hype stacks. But we'll look at volume up first. Barada, you missed your chance to lobby S tier for Nayeli. Yeah, I don't know if you know if you missed me going over Nayeli. She does have a problem in her glitch feat right now that doesn't actually make her count as Githyanki for Ashara, which is unfortunate. But yeah, she's not going to be S tier. Spurt, however, he's interesting. We'll see. Another way he buffs up hype is increase the damage bonus of hype based on the highest number of hype stacks that Brig has ever had at once. So I forget what the hard cap is. I believe 75 was at the time. I don't remember. If you can get more, it's not that much more than 75, unless something has changed that I missed along the way. But even with that, that's going to taper off right there and just be an E4, roughly. But he can scale volume up with his equipment. Hype and volume up are there. But I'm trying to remember where it... Yeah, I guess it's just in these slider ones. So, Brig gains 1 hype stack for every 5 enemies on screen, rounded up. So that's one way to increase his hype stacks. Brig gains 2 hype stacks for each champion in front of him. That was part of his specialization pick. I'll go over that right now. Where is Brig? There he is. So, he has 1 pick, and that is between 2 hype stacks for each champion in front of him, or 2 hype stacks for each champion in the formation whose listed attack damage is lower than himself. Weird options. Generally, I go with the in front of him. This isn't the best formation for that, since there will be 4 slots if you slot him in the back, and you can only get this many. But that's we'll give him the max he can in this formation, just to give a rough idea. So, where is it? So that brought it up to 12. And then increase his hype for each champion in the formation with the Sirens of the Realm affiliation. That is going to be Ariza himself and Vlanya. A very strange affiliation, as Ariza and Vlanya are iffy as far as how much they offer, as far as how much what they offer to the game. They're not the greatest. They're very, very middle of the road. But we'll get to them when their day comes. So, with people in front of him, with his affiliation, One hype stack for each adjacent champion, so we can make him adjacent to more to give that a bit more of a boost. At the end of the day, all of that considered, he's reaching an E13 buff. He has a lot of ways to increase it, but they are all very minor. And at the end of the day, obviously, his formation right now is not perfectly ideal for scaling him up, but it's enough to give you an idea. And he's only reaching E13, and that's all he offers. Your formation is his hype buff at the end of the day. He has no other form of mechanic. He really is a symptom of old designs comparatively to how things are. His ult doubles. That is true. We can pop his ult. Performs a killer solo with flashing lights and musical notes flying everywhere, damaging and pushing enemies back with massive sound power. For the next 30 seconds, Brig hype stacks are increased. So, when we bump it, it does boost him up to 2 E13 from 1 E13 in this scenario. Again, that'll be a little higher if you've perfected a formation for him. But again, at the end of the day, he's very middle of the road. We will look at his availability, though. Where are you? There you are. So, being good, he is available for Mert. And I gotta check. There we go. And 12 Constitution, so he will not be available for Vajra. I forget if he has any attribute feats at all. He has one. Okay, so he does have Intelligence, which will make him qualify for Strahd. And he naturally has enough Strength and Charisma for Zariel. And he currently can be used for Elminster. That will be up before too long. He was released 926 days ago, and the cutoff is 1,095. So that will be creeping up on him. However, he is available for every day one. His ability scores aren't too bad, all things considered. You got him from a free time gate, and while he's serviceable, he does feel lacking. And that's exactly right. Like, serviceable, but like, are you really going to ever focus him? Probably not. His buff isn't enough to consider over other people in the seat. His affiliation isn't exactly one that shines. He just is... yeah. It's unfortunate. He's got... I always like the concept of like a rockin' bard in a D&D setting. I do like that concept. But, oh, whoops. I keep letting it linger on the availability scene. He just is. Yeah. So, previously, we had him... Where did we have him? I believe he reached the B-. Yeah. And yeah, he's really got to come down from the B- by today's standards. So, he doesn't live up to the hype. The puns... Yeah, he definitely has to come down from the B-. Absolutely. Oh, where is he gonna go? Unfort. That's the thing, is how often are you going to use him over even someone... Like, I see Deacon getting more use. C-, you think? Yeah, I was thinking like at the end of C-. Even almost dipping into D. Almost. Maybe even dipping into D. That's, I've kind of been, yeah, D or maybe C-. That's kind of where I'm at. He's either like the tail end of C- or borderline gatekeeper of D. Because it's not like he's bad, but the problem is he offers no other mechanic. Like, yeah, I think he belongs in the D, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Even somewhere like just above Cathris. Because he does buff slightly. He does buff higher than Donner, but Donner does have the added bonus of debuffing enemies for a gold farm. Esmeralda, not the greatest buffer by any stretch, but she does have use in armor breaking. He just has a slightly above average buff, and nothing else. So I'm almost even thinking like we'll probably have a few more in the D, and I don't think he'll move from that slot in D, but maybe even D. His buff is slightly higher than average though. So yeah, either at the what are you guys thinking? Very end of C minus or in the mid to high D? Looks good in D. I think he does. I don't like ranking some of these champions that low, but sometimes you just have to, you know? Because I do like the concept of Brig. But he does need some love to be competitive by today's standards. Yeah. You will defer. If he offered any other mechanic, I think he would definitely climb a bit. But, yeah, I think that's where I'm going to put him for now. Reassess as time goes on, but yeah. So, let's see. We'll probably be saving Artemis for last. Because there's a lot to talk about with Artemis. But, Binwin? Oh no. I don't want to talk about Binwin because I'm going to have to rank him lower, probably. But I like dwarves. But we can go over Binwin. Mehen will go over Mehen next. So, Binwin. DPS and only a DPS. And that makes him have to compete directly with other DPS. And unfortunately, his kit is very strange. We need more dwarfs, I agree wholeheartedly. I want a full dwarf team that synergizes together and works, you know? Extra attacks. Binwin gains extra attacks when champions within 2 slots of him do a certain number of attacks before Binwin's next attack. Each extra attack does 25% more damage multiplicatively. So, you want his attack speed to be low. You don't want to be boosting up his attack speed, but you want other people around him to be attacking faster. Kind of a strange synergy, but it can work, and it does give him the opportunity of a little bit more armor breaking or hit-based chunk downing. That's a weird way to phrase that. But he also has extra damage. Actually, let's go over his specializations early would be a good option. Where's the beard? There it is. So, his specializations are more minions, extra attacks, and extra damage also fire for champions 2 slots away from Binwin, or extra attacks and extra damage only fire for champions not adjacent to Binwin. So that's why it was up to 2 slots before, or those not adjacent. So you could put him somewhere not adjacent to people and count everyone not adjacent. But this one will also increase his damage by 400%. So that is just a flat damage increase as well. But then extra attacks changes to not adjacent. So instead of that, you would put him somewhere like here, where he's only adjacent to 2 people, and everyone else will be counting. Binwin gains extra damage when champions adjacent to him kill enemies before his next attack. And that is a weird one to me. Yes, you can go back and like farm it up, whatever, but when you're pushing your wall, that makes that completely worthless. No one else other than your DPS, maybe, you know, bud damage can work, but it's just a weird way to boost a DPS's damage requiring adjacent champions to be killing things. That's a weird design philosophy to me. I think it's counterintuitive to what your DPS should be. Yeah, just kind of a strange one. Talistan Faerun. Increase Binwin's damage for every dwarf, kobold, halfling, gnome, or goblin in the formation. Gromma will work with this now. He shares a seat with Gromma, so that doesn't matter. He can't be used with Gromma. So he scales with all the shorty races. So ideally you'll want to slot a full team of short champions that qualify for those races. That becomes restrictive, but there are a lot of good options within that. But the fact he's already relying on people other than him killing things, and now he needs certain races to scale up, it just makes it harder. And for every hit that Binwin does that doesn't kill an enemy, 25% of his extra damage bonus up from the attack is preserved for his next attack. The concept of him being a slow attacker that hits multiple times, I think that's a good concept. But he can't, his numbers don't hold up, and the way he reaches his not holding up numbers is weird. Or at least restrictive. Extra damage is weird to me. Races are restrictive. He's probably never going to be putting up good numbers. Now again, at the end of the day, maxed endgame account, you can make anyone work. But we're ranking these people based on their kits. And especially, again, I have to mention it just because it's true, even though I don't like comparing and contrasting directly seat sharing, he is in the same seat as arguably the best DPS in the entire game. Yeah, he's rough. He's rough. I do think, in my opinion, someone like Ishii needs to be reworked, where she can make other people count as small races. I think that could be interesting, and there'd be more synergy there, but you won't go for him anytime soon because you need power. Yeah. We'll look at his availability, though. Give him the full breakdown. So, being good, he is available for Mert. He does have a very high constitution, so he will be available for Vajra. His int, however, is quite low, so he will not be available for Strahd. His strength and charisma make him available for Zariel, but he will not be available for Elminster as he came out 2,152 days ago. As far as his day 1 trials availability, his low dexterity keeps him locked out, but everything else is good. So he's not terrible as far as availability goes, but again, there are very few DPS in the game that you would ever not pick over him. I mean, he's just a rough one. He really is. I don't think he's like worthless. I do think I gave him some favoritism in my initial list. He was previously positioned in the... Where did I have... Oh no, I did have him. I think I did actually go back over him and put him down. Yeah, down in the D. I think he is probably... Is this an F? Oh, man. I don't want to put him in F. But it's possible he could be the first F. He's definitely at least going down to E. Let's go ahead and pull up the actual new list. That does make it hard to put him in E or F while everyone else is in F. But yeah, he's definitely at least an E, but I'm thinking he might fall all the way down to F. Yeah, E for now to avoid confusion. And maybe we'll dip him down into the F after the fact. But yeah, he's at least a low E, high F, which when that's your grade, you're in trouble. Yeah, he'll probably be getting bumped down to F. It's especially when you're a DPS, I feel like you have to be judged a little harsher because you're only directly competing with other DPS. And I feel like the only DPS that might be worse than him is Jamila. But even then, I mean, Ishii's not the greatest either, but well, yeah, we'll go back to him at the end. I think he might get bumped down to an F, though. It's unfortunate. You hate to see it. Poor Binwin. The new Gromma's in F tier. How you doing? Trinorium. that is just seat 2, or seat 3 rather, waiting to be ranked. This is the waiting room tier right now. Yeah, no, Artemis is definitely not an F tier. It's so funny because I know this is gonna be a reoccurring theme, but last night I was going to add another column, another bracket that is just like the waiting room or something, but I think this is the maximum columns you can do in tier maker, so I couldn't add another column, and I was like, well, so yeah. But once we go through everyone and they're out of that F tier waiting room, Binwin will probably get brought down. But next up, we will take a look at Mehen, as he had the quarter on the table for the next look at. Mehen is interesting. So, let's take a look at the daddy. Daddy is Grumpy. His main damage buffing comes from Grumpy, buffs the DPS of champions in his column and all columns in front of him. The buff is highest at 50 stacks, falling off sharply beyond 10 stacks on either side. He gains stacks every second, +1 if he is in the front, +5 if he is in the back, and a linear increase for each column between. So, +5, we're only in a 4, so, but he also gains, where is it? Stacks are removed based on the actions of Mehen, Farida, or Havilar, which they are all their own affiliation together of the Brimstone Angels. You have 10% stacks if they attack, 10% stacks if they take damage, and Havilar being a tank, that can happen. 5% stacks if they get a kill with a base attack. So right now, with him just being slotted and in the back, I mean, no one getting hit, yada yada, he's just lingering in the 100. And ideally, you want it at 50. But his ultimate, he will leap forward and breathe a cone of lightning that damages all enemies on screen. If he damages more than 5 enemies, then his Grumpy stacks are set to 50, and he gains and loses stacks at 10% of the normal rate. So with his ultimate, you can pop it to 50 and get the maximum buff from it, as long as you hit 5 enemies. This buff is never going to be high. I mean, even when we're, let's see, is his base attack AoE? Leaps out and attacks a random enemy, swinging down and then up, scoring a hit each time. No. So let's see if we can get at least 5 enemies on screen. I don't know if we will at this stage. So actually, let's go ahead and go somewhere he can. Clickety clickety. Somewhere in here should be fine. But we'll go over the rest of his kit while the enemies build up. So, Gruff. Mehen increases the effect of his Grumpy buff on champions based on how many columns ahead of him they are. If it starts at 100% and is doubled for each column. So ideally, you want him in the back and whoever he's buffing as far forward in the formation as possible. We'll go ahead and look at his specializations real quick. So, Cheer Up Pops. Increase the rate at which Grumpy stacks are added by 1, flat increase regardless of column, and increases the effect of Grumpy by 400%. Or, we've trained for this, increase the effect of Found Family based on how far from the front of the how far from the front of the formation Mehen is placed. Effect increased by 20% for each column. That is his gold find, which we'll go over in a second. Now, he does have a third specialization choice that is not showing up here, because whenever Havilar or Farida are not available for your current run, he will gain a third specialization where he can pull in both Havilar and Farida to your current run. That does give him a nice checkmark for availability. Being able to pull in Farida and Havilar can be useful, mainly if you use Farida as your DPS. But there are some times where you're going to be hyper restricted. But there he is, so you can pull in 2 more champions. Easy for you to say, I don't think it was, Kraken. In general, you're probably not going to use him exclusively in a gold find formation, so you're probably going to want to take the Grumpy buff. So, so Gruff is increased on people higher in the formation. It calculates, I don't remember how they landed on that. Yeah, it's a bit weird because it'll show you the flat buff and then show you the increase. So if you want to determine what you're actually getting, you have to do the math yourself, which is kind of funny, I think. Yeah, at the end of the day, the way math works, what is it? You can just take 2 off the exponent and add them together, for the most part, to get an idea. So yeah, we'll pop a Zolt in a second, so he'll get a little bit of a buff. We'll just do it right now. Boom. So went up to 7 E8 from, what was it, 2 E8 before? So being in that 50 range, it's not a huge difference. It's a difference, but that buff really never puts up the greatest numbers. But his gold find will look at found family. Increase gold find by 100% for each tiefling champion in the formation. Being a part of the Brimstone Angels, with Farida and Havilar both being tiefling, and Farida scaling off tieflings, if you are running a Farida formation and she is your dedicated DPS, that is helpful to have that gold find as you go. And of course, he does have a feat to make him count as tiefling, so he matches right in with that crew. He does still have Brimstone Angels, where the effect of Grumpy is increased if Farida is in the formation, and if Havilar is in the formation. So again, he pretty much should only be considered if you're using all of them. We'll get them all in here. They're going to start killing at this level, though. Don't care for now, just getting them in here. So, the sisters and the daddy. So, it's up to an E10 with them. And, okay, his ult is back up. And they're not killing. Oh, no, she is killing. But we can sneak it in real quick. So, add an E10, pop his ult. 3E10. Actually, we'll just do this so Farida gets a bit of a boost. Why am I on Havilar? Where you at, Grumpy? Where you at, Grumpy? There it is. So, yeah, he's sitting at a E10 with the multiplicative increase of an E4. And that is only because Farida and Havilar are out that it boosted that much. So at the end of the day, he's not the best buffer. He does help his affiliation qualify for things, which can be useful. So he does have that niche availability usefulness. I just spilled coffee. That's great. Oh well, now my chair smells like coffee. Hold on a sec. I had it. There. 1 second. Good enough. Hooray! So, as far as his availability goes, and his availability is important because he is the one who will pull in Havilar and Farida if you need them pulled in. So his availability better be decent to consider that. Let's take a look. Boom, 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 boom. I do just love Dragonborn, though. It's always been a favorite race of mine in the D&D verse. So, first of all, he came out 1,081 days ago. The cutoff for Elminster is 1,095. He is very close to getting cut out from Elminster, which is a huge knock if you're a Farida user, because he's how you're pulling Farida in, since Farida does not qualify for Elminster. So if you're a Farida user, you better be pushing the harder Elminster runs, because Mehen will not be available for them for much longer. So keep that in mind. But as far as his availability, he is good, so he's available for Mert. His con is... Does he have any flat attributes? No. But his con is naturally 15, so available for Vajra. His int is 13, so Strahd is available as well. And his strength and charisma make him qualify for Zariel. So all patron availability. So if you're using Farida, or you have a very restrictive variant, he can be useful. As far as day 1 trials, he will only be locked out of the dexterity, as his dexterity is only 8, but he will qualify for all the rest. So his availability is pretty good, which it should be that his whole niche is pulling in his affiliation. More Dragonborn and Dwarf representation? Agreed. Agreed, wish there was more Dragonborn, especially for Dirge things. Yep. Yeah, they're fun. All of the Dragonborn are kind of strange, because you got Donner, who's low, Mehen, who is also low, and they're kind of inverted versions of each other too. Both big sword using Dragonborns that are, what is it, like bronze and are they both bronze? Or no, bronze and copper, right? And one buffs everything behind, one buffs everything in front. It's kind of funny. They're like two sides of the same coin, almost. But then you got Arkin, who can only be DPS, and Dirge. Is that it? I think that's it, right? Is there another Dragonborn? Oh yeah, Egbert. Egbert. Anyway, so I keep lingering on the availability scene. Ah, boy. Orkira? Right, Orkira. Good call. I don't know why I forgot about her. It's probably because I haven't run a debuff team in quite a while. But as far as Mehen goes, his buffing never fully takes off. People have contended that with me for a while now. True, with his feet. I forget if that got fully introduced yet or not. Yeah, it did, didn't it? I don't care. Yeah, so Strongheart can technically count as Dragonborn with his feet. Did they ever give him a... Oh, there it is. Dragonborn glitch. Brimstone Angels plus Dragonborn and Tiefling are sometimes useful. Yeah, that's the thing is... I really only foresee people using Mehen if they intend to use Farida. That's kind of the only usefulness I see with him. And in very rare cases when you're in severely restrictive variants, yes, you might use him to pull in Havilar, maybe even Farida, to have more champions to utilize. But other than that, I just have never seen a reason to focus Mehen at all. Previously, we had him ranked in the... Was it the C+, I believe? For Dirge comps, how does Gale plus Mehen compare to Orkira plus Dynaheir with Tadpole feet? I think Gale is too good to not use with Dirge. And in my opinion, Egbert is more useful than Mehen to use to count for Dragonborn, but that's my personal opinion. They're pretty even, Egbert and Mehen. Yeah, and that is true. That is worth mentioning, is right now he does have some synergy with the Absolute Adversaries, in that he can be used to count as Dragonborn for Dirge, for Will's folk hero. Again, I prefer Egbert. That is personal preference, because he's a tank. They are lacking tanks. He has knockbacks, which is useful. He's not the best buffer either, Egbert, but neither is Mehen. But that is worth mentioning. So, as far as where we previously had him was the C+, in between Prudence and Evandra. As far as where he's going to go now... His buffing just isn't there, and people have always contended that with me, but I don't think he's the best buffer at all. Like, his buffing kind of levels out to Brig levels. But the availability, and the pulling in of Havilar and Farida, and the current potential synergy with the Absolute Adversaries, it's a very niche thing, but it is a very current thing. Coffee 1 gone. Seems better than D. Yeah, I don't see him dipping into D at all. near his Dragonborn brother. I do think he does inch out of D. I was thinking the C minus. Because I don't... Yeah. I foresee him just above Nayeli is kind of where my brain is going. What does everyone think about that? C minus feels good since he still does have some niches that make him useful. That's the thing, he still might see play. And that is an important concept to think about for me, is that's kind of one reason Cthulhu is so low, is other than when no one else is available will you use Cthulhu or Celeste or Brig, you know? But he does have some mechanical uses. But his buffing will never, unless he gets looked at again, be great buffing. Yeah, that's where I'm thinking. Looks good. Yeah. So, let's keep him there for now. And take a look at who next. We've still got Spurt, Gromma, Omin, Nahara, and Dynaheir. I do want to leave Artemis for last. Just that pulling in others is occasionally for a few variants very useful. Yeah, it is nice that it's Havilar and Farida, because if it was just like Farida, that forces you to use Farida for your DPS. But there are some cases where if he's available and you can make Havilar available, that is nice. Nahara? We can take a look at Nahara. Let's do. Let's get some of these boys out. Get back to zone 1. Sayed. There we go. Nahara. So, I guess we'll, well, yeah, we should go over her kit before that. But so, Nahara. A very useful speed champion. But again, we mentioned this briefly talking about BBEG, and that it's almost identical to what it offers your formation. They are direct competitors in the same seat for this same mechanic. So we'll look at her speed first. Is it, yeah. To amuse or avenge. When Nahara attacks and defeats at least one enemy, she gains a levity stack, with a maximum of 30 stacks. When she attacks and does not defeat an enemy, she loses a levity stack. So she will gain more damage for each levity stack she has below 30. And at the start of an area, she reduces the area requirements for each levity stack above 15. So the idea is, as long as you're getting kills, you are a speed-based champion, and when you are reaching a wall and not killing things in one hit, she leans into her DPS role. She does have to farm up the levity stacks, whereas BBEG just has his reduction. Strider, welcome. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, so BBEG just has his speed as long as you have completed the area within 5 seconds, so he takes off quicker for reaching that threshold, whereas Nahara does have to get her levity stack stacked up. Generally speaking, if you're doing like a scripted run, that's not terrible because you'll stack up quite a few when you're waiting for Shandy's dash to come online. But I do think BBEG is easier to slot and just go. But that serves the same purpose. Right now, she is reaching a total of 30%. His was 50. There is a way to increase that. We'll look at that in a second. We'll look at the rest of her kit, as she is only DPS and speed. She is not a buffer for your formation in any way. When are we getting a new scripted scriptless video? Oh man, I don't know. Because I know that is a bit outdated by today's standards, but a lot of the core information is there. And I have a bad habit of, when I cover something, man, I leave it in the past. I don't like redoing something, and things change, and that's why I'm redoing this tier list, but it's more fun to do it interactively with you guys on Twitch. If I just had to do it by myself on a YouTube video, I don't know if I would be doing the re-tiering, but I know almost entirely, like 99.999% of you guys are only here for my Idle Champions content, but previously, before I covered Idle Champions on my YouTube channel, I did do a lot of other games, and as soon as I covered a game, it just like goes out of my head. I haven't played, my first video was Path of Exile. I haven't really truly played Path of Exile since that league, which was not Ritual, Ultimatum, I think. And for some reason, boom, I just can't play it again. Everything I cover, I go so hard into it for that time, and then I just want to take my hands off of it. And I feel the same way about like scripted. Man, maybe one day, maybe. But that is why Idle Champions is nice, as there's always new mechanics, new champions coming out for me to cover as they go. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. But Nahara, being a DPS, she's an interesting one because her numbers just really don't keep up that well. And she is in an affiliation that has another DPS who is a buffer, Fen. But even being a buffer, Fen will often out DPS Nahara when all used together. However, Nahara is eligible to start in all Strahd patron adventures, even if the variant restrictions would say otherwise. So she does have decent availability when it comes to Strahd. Well, good availability when it comes to Strahd, but that helps her overall availability. Now that helps even more because of her specializations. Where, if you're in a Strahd variant, you can pull in the rest of her formation, or her affiliation. Strong Society gets an increase, and Black Society members can be used if Strahd, if Strahd is the current active patron, even if they do not qualify. So, she will increase some of the damage buff, but she will also pull in her affiliation. That is an important one if you're pushing Strahd in some more restrictive variants. The only problem with that is you're kind of forced to use her as your DPS in that run then, because she needs to be slotted with that specialization to pull them in. So, being not the best DPS, that's kind of a double-edged sword because you're forcing yourself to use her, but she's probably not going to be your invested DPS. So, I don't know. In a very restrictive variant, that obviously will come in handy if you have all of the Black Dice Society. Black Dice Society has the voice actor from Shepard from Mass Effect, I think. Are we talking... Oh, what's his name? Mark? Is that who you're talking about? Or, wait. Oh, now I gotta think. Who? Oh, you're gonna get me on a tangent here. Voice acting is something I follow, but I do forget names. Mark, I want to say Mark Meer. Is that right? Yeah, Mark Meer. Yeah, I believe he's Brother Uriah, right? Yeah. And also Baloth. Yep. Yeah, his cosplay for Baloth has always cracked me up. I love his smile. Let me see if I can find it for you guys. Yeah. I need a higher quality one. Why is this one so... Oh man. It's so blurry, but oh well. Take a look at... There he is. Look at that boy. It's very blurry. Don't know why. I could find a better one maybe, but Mark Meer. Brother Uriah and Baloth. Aww. But yeah, I believe he's been Commander Shepard the whole time, right? Mass Effect 1, 2, 3. I believe so. Oh yeah. It's unfortunate that Brother Uriah... is not great. But we'll get to that when we get to seat 9. But yeah, I could talk about voice acting for a long time, but we can maybe do that at the end if anyone's still curious. But as far as the Black Dice Society, they have some good members. Obviously, Valentine is amazing. Veronica's okay. Fen's decent. And you want Fen in patrons for patron quests. Yeah. It's so conflicting because it is nice to be able to pull in other champions into a variant. But then you have to use Nahara. And if you're trying to reach and push like your wall within a variant, and she's not your dedicated DPS, you're going to struggle, even in pulling in those champions. Now, there might be a variant that's so restrictive you have an empty slot, and in that scenario, absolutely, if you're going to have an empty slot anyway, yeah, you could just have Nahara fill that empty slot and be pulling in more champions. So there are uses, but as far as the rest of her specializations go, the Who Am I counter increments 3 times for every area cleared. We'll cover that in a second. But the area reduction to Amuse or Avenge is increased by 50%. If you're going for just raw speed, you're going to want to take that one. Because whereas previously she was 30, she's now at 45%. Almost directly competing with BBEG at 50%. So again, they have that exact same speed roll. But as far as her Who Am I, that's where she gets a bit of her damage. Nahara recovers a bit of her lost memory as she adventures. If Nahara is in the formation when you complete an area for the first time, she gets a 186.2%, that scales with gear and feats, damage bonus stacking additively. As an additive stack, that tapers off pretty hard. I have 2.68 E7 fragments, and that's giving me a 4.98 E9% increase. Not a crazy huge number for a DPS. And Strong Society is another main way. We could get out the affiliation here. Demond. Veronica. Veronica. Then we have Valentine. We have Fen. And we have Brother Uriah, and I skipped over Tatiana. And I believe that's all of them. Brother Uriah, Desmond, Fen, Nahara, Tatiana, Valentine, Veronica, yes. So that is the Black Dice Society, and there's a couple of good members here, and a couple of not so good. And that's another one that's always kind of irked me a bit, is Desmond scales with people who count as dead, quote unquote, right? Veronica is one of those. Actually, we'll pull it up. Lament the Lost. And it is important to get as many of those as you can, because it's like Will's Folk Hero, right? It gives that flat buff, and then for every one you have, it's a hard multiplicative increase with itself. It can scale very well. The problem is Nahara does not count as dead. And I wish she had a feat that did, or something. But that seat has Spurt, who does count as dead. So if you want to scale Desmond to the highest you can with his Lament the Lost, you're actually hurting yourself by using that affiliation's DPS. It's very strange. Yeah, I don't know. There's always been something weird about that to me. But they should all get a feat to count as dead. Oof, if they all did, that would start scaling like crazy. Because, I mean, you can use Blushi with this crew, which is another deadie, so that is useful. You can use Astarion, who counts, right? So, I mean, with those slotted, you get 3, getting it up to E16. But if you used Spurt, you'd have another one. And it goes from the E16 for me to an E21. Huge boost. But using Nahara, that just doesn't count. If everyone counted, whew, that would start stacking up. Because I haven't really invested in Desmond at all. And how long has this group been in the game? We'll go into her availability right now and answer that question. They came out at an interesting time, actually, a lot of them, where when I started my tier lists, I had to push them back because they came out like just after I covered that seat. I think that happened with Nahara, Valentine, and Veronica. Maybe even Desmond, I don't remember. But as far as the hard number when they came out, let's get a look at her availability. Where is she? So, Nahara herself came out 675 days ago. So you're going to get another good year use out of her. Roughly. Not exactly, but as far as what she is available for, she is neutral, so she will not count for Mert. For Vajra, she does have a confit that I currently have her equipped with. That does make her qualify for Vajra. And of course for Strahd, regardless of her int, doesn't matter, she always qualifies for Strahd. Zariel, she does have another feat, not that one, Strength 1, to bring her up to 10 Strength, and her Charisma is good, so she does qualify for Zariel with a feat. And of course, is qualifying currently for Elminster for another while. And Day 1 Trials, she is actually available for everything, which again, being speed is nice to have that kind of availability. Basically, she's only stuck out of Mert, being neutral, as long as you have the feats. So not bad availability. Do seem slightly out. Some of them really do. Like Valentine will almost always have a use, and Desmond, if used with Lament, isn't bad at all. But yeah, some of them do feel a little rough. So yeah, her and she being a DPS and not offering any buffs. Oh yeah, well I guess also Strong Society being used with her affiliation does grant her a DPS increase. But again, E6, a personal E6 increase, a personal E9 increase, and that's what she's got to self boost her DPS. Nahara is your favorite design in the game, a DPS that goes fast when killing is easy and killing is hard. She hits harder, but her numbers are poop. Yeah, that exactly. I mean, you phrased it exactly. I know Uriah bumps her damage up. Yeah, he does have a spec to bump her up a bit. Oh, did I take the wrong one? I forget. I just kind of grabbed one. Anyway, but yeah, his numbers will never get like crazy good for that. Bayushi Akira. Nahara is a reborn, think Frankenstein's monster. Uriah has the soul of a lich, Azalin inside of him, and Fen is a Dampier. Type of vampire. There's augments to consider for them all dead. Yeah, I don't know why Nahara doesn't count. Honestly, that's the thing. Why doesn't Nahara count for Lament the Lost? Why? Why? I don't understand. And yeah, as far as Fen goes, I don't remember the technical lore behind Dampier specifically. I don't know if they are the same, but yeah. Yeah, that is a thing. That at this point, that would be a good thing to do, is to make them all count. That does then make it entirely crutch on Desmond for their, not entirely, but big time crutch on Desmond to pop off that formation. But again, even all that considered, right now, with everyone slotted, Fen is outperforming Nahara. So, why? Now, and that's the thing too. Right now, Nahara is receiving Desmond's adjacent buff, and Astarion's bottom buff, and Tatiana's positional as well, to scale with Valentine, and Fen isn't. And Fen is still out damaging Nahara. Like, why? Although I guess to be fair, I did give her the bud. Maybe that's what's... I don't think so, but that could be why she's tagging above her right now. We'll give that some time while we talk more about it. But, Vampire have vampiric parents, right? Yeah, I don't remember. And even if that's the case, are you still technically undead by lore? You know, I don't actually know. They just need a few tweaks and this team could really take off. Yeah, they were good of their time. Nahara was never a good DPS, but they were good for their time, some of them. And Valentine, again, Valentine is still very, very good. One of the best, if you're dealing with positionals, Valentine has to be considered. Tatiana's useful for speed still, and Fen is amazing for patron challenges. But yeah, even Desmond is kind of fallen off a little bit. Lament the Lost is still very good. But as far as Nahara specifically, she's good for speed, but she shares that exact speed mechanic with BBEG, and he is arguably easier to start going as he doesn't require the stacking up like she does with Levity. Her DPS isn't the greatest. Valentine is the next champ you're going for. A very good option. If you're looking for a DPS boost to a positional-based pushing team, very good. You have to be careful when using Fen for the patron challenge boost, so quickly outdamages any patron DPS. Yeah, I often will just level Fen up to her patron's oath and leave it at that, so she doesn't actually out DPS someone I need to be the top DPS. Because Patron's Oath, once you get it, that's it. You don't need to... It doesn't scale with higher levels or anything. It just is. You can only scale it with the feats. So if you just level her up to Patron's Oath, you're good. But, yeah. Nahara. We had Nahara previously in the C+. Let's take a look. Yeah, right there next to Nayeli. Like... She can have a perma slot in your speed, but again, same seat BBEG does the exact same thing. DPS, she just never can take off as a DPS. She has no hard she doesn't even have like multiplicative multipliers. Like, she's just not good. Like you compare, she has Who Am I to Amuse or Revenge and Strong Society, right? Now we look at someone like Dirge who just released. 2 of those are pre-stack multipliers for him. And he still even has a permanent stacking one like her Who Am I just with kills. Like, he's so much better than her as a raw DPS, it's stupid. Her eligibility does need to be considered as she can pull in her... Oh, I still have that tier list up. Oops. I was going over her formation abilities. But yeah, her... Like... We'll pull up the actual tier list, the new one. But yeah, her pulling in her affiliation into Strahd is useful in certain scenarios, absolutely, and that helps her overall usefulness to the game. She can be slotted as perma-speed, but so can BBEG for the same reason again and again. Previously had her in C+. You think she's better than Mehen and Nayeli? I could see her being next to Nixie. Like right there between Nixie and Mehen. Bumping down a little bit. Because her potential speed will always be useful. It's just unfortunate BBEG and her have like the exact same mechanic. She will never pop off as a DPS though. Unless you for some reason want to invest in her or they change her. But as far as just hard mechanics go, not the best DPS. And that's her only role other than speed. The eligibility is nice, and that kind of matches Mehen's vibe, right? Mehen pulling in Farida and Havilar. But he can do it in any scenario where she can only do it in Strahd, but she pulls in more people. I could see her being right there, though. What's everyone thinking? Her squeezed between a tiefling and a dragonborn. Coffee too. You like it? Yeah, I'm thinking it's a good spot. I really wish she did have better multipliers. But she just doesn't pop off as a DPS. Let's go back actually and take a look at... Yeah, no, Fen, even with her bud, is still outperforming Nahara. Nahara. It's so weird, man. So weird. Because for those who don't know, I'm sure most of you do, Valentine shares positionals with other DPS, but she will further boost those positionals if that DPS is already receiving them. And in the way I have this positioned right now, Nahara is receiving them, so they're being boosted. Fen doesn't receive all of them right now. She's sharing some of them with Fen. And even considering that, Fen, in her affiliation, is out DPSing Nahara, who is offering nothing in turn. Simanes feels like the tier where there's still some use and they can help at least. Yeah. And that's kind of what I was thinking is D is the, well, I offer this and that's it. But again, probably higher if she could draw in outside of Strahd. Yeah, potentially. Absolutely. Yeah, if she worked like Dirge, well, not Dirge, but yeah, if she could just always pull in her affiliation, absolutely, I would consider her being more worth investing in. Yeah. I like Nahara, though. I like the whole Black Dice Society. I like the vibe. They're more... I don't know if Gothic's the right word, but just a little more on the darker side, and I always gravitate toward that more. That's where we're going to put her, though. So we could transition right into Spurt, as we were just talking about him being a daddy. Spirit boy. Spurt's an interesting one. Well, we'll just get into it. Because there are some things I think might change about Spurt in the future. But I could be wrong. You like the squad? Hopefully they get looked at soon. Yeah, they were one who could, if they do bring seasons back, and they don't get tinkered with by then, they would be perfect for a season. Gothic is absolutely the right word. The BDS campaign takes place in Ravenloft, which is inspired by Gothic horror like Frankenstein and Dracula. Yeah, that fair. Yeah, I knew it had to do with yeah, because just Strahd. Yeah, Ravenloft. Fair. I never did watch any of their runs, but I've heard about them in passing, and it just does seem like a more interesting setting and vibe. So, honestly, you might look them up after this. Yeah, I've heard good things. Again, I can't give a personal opinion because I've never seen it. But yeah, Spurt. So, talking about age mechanics, with Diana being the most recently released champion and, 11 days old. So, I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be in his dead form. I forgot I put him in there. That's okay, though. Spurt's main form of buffing comes from Centipede Net. Increasing the damage of champions within a certain range, it changes based on his specialization pick. I currently have it set to 2 slots away. It is normally adjacent, I believe. We'll go ahead and just take a look at that. Which, when he got a relook at during a season, and changed for the better overall, but one thing was kind of a nerf. So he can either increase his pack tactics, which we'll go into by a flat amount. Centipede Net instead affects champions who are 2 formation slots away from Spurt, and it's increased, which is important, the increase there. And unaffiliated non-Kobold champions count as Kobolds for the purpose of pack tactics. Again, we'll look at pack tactics in a second. But Centipede Net is normally adjacent champions. So the 2 slots is taken primarily for the percentile boost, since it is... Oh, I didn't realize switching a specialization would bring him out of dead mode. Interesting. But yeah, so the difference is that specialization, poor baby Spurt, that specialization is interesting because it used to increase the range to 2 slots, meaning anyone adjacent or 2 slots away would count. That's not the case anymore. I don't know why I'm using Desmond. I just need to use someone. That will make it only 2 slots away. So you see, I've taken the 2 slaughter. Desmond is now adjacent. He will not be receiving Centipede Net. He will only receive it when 2 slots away. That's something you need to keep in mind, because that was an actual change. And it was a strange one in my opinion, but it's whatever. So, speaking of pack tactics, he will also increase the damage of all champions for every kobold in the formation, including Spurt. So that's just another way to increase flat damage, and remember, one of his specializations will flat increase this, and another one will make unaffiliated non-kobolds count for it. So like Zorbu would count as a kobold if you took that 3rd specialization. But again, primarily his buffs are via Centipede Net. However, he's also a debuffer in that he will toss a wasp nest at a random enemy dealing damage, but also... Waspiration. Spurt gains a stack of Waspiration every time he attacks. Every 10 stacks, he invents a random effect. Effects can stack up to 5 times each and persist until the area changes. What is included in that is... Does it have all of them? There's one of them. He just hasn't invented it yet. Champions that attack with a melee attack deal more damage. Enemies that approach the party take extra damage. And what was the other one? Well, we'll let him stack up the next effect. We'll take off the... get him actually attacking. I forget. I can't think of the 3rd one right now. Grubby. Oh, all champions' base attack cooldowns are reduced. So, as he's actively attacking, he will be increasing melee attacks, increasing damage taken from approaching enemies, and reducing attack cooldowns. However, with... Where is it? Am I tripping? I have to be tripping. Was that fully removed? Oh man, now I can't remember. What the... Because he used to... People adjacent to him used to count for that. Did they remove that with the season? Oh, I can't remember. Am I tripping? Well, we can only go off what I'm looking at. I must be tripping, bruh. Wow, I feel like I'm like... What's that term? Mandela effect? It must have just changed with the season. I can't remember. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway. One of the biggest things is... oh, that's right. Thank you. That's right. So, his ultimate will slap him dead, and he will come back as a spirit. When he's a spirit form... Man, that was tripping me up, thank you. Diokana? That could go a lot of different ways. Let me know. While he is in spirit form, things work a bit differently, or are increased in different ways. So, that whole time I thought I had him dead, because I forgot he went back to normal when I changed his specialization. In spirit form with Centipede Net, this infect is increased by 2% for each second. Spurt's maximum ultimate cooldown is increased, stacking multiplicatively. This is very important because he has an equipment slot right here. His ultimate cooldown is not a cooldown. It will increase it. So he has a way to permanently scale his multiplicative stacking on Centipede Net, constantly increasing the cooldown of his ultimate, which is twofold because that means he will stay dead for even longer. So you want his cooldown as long as possible to keep him dead for as long as possible and to scale up Centipede Net. being multiplicative, this gets crazy if you invest a lot of item levels in him. I have not. I only have him up to about 700 to 800, it looks like. But yeah, to this day, there is no cap on this item. Chris Perkins made you watch the whole Critical Role campaign. His episode was so funny. He is from... I actually never saw... I watched season 1 of Critical Role up to a certain point. It was pretty deep in the campaign. I did lose interest, though, and I've never seen anything else. What I did watch, though, I really enjoyed of season 1. But there was a certain shift. I won't give any spoilers, but there was something that happened, and I was just like, I'm not interested anymore. But I did enjoy season 1. Didn't see the Spurt episode, though. But yeah, so I firmly believe this item will at one day get either a cap or be reworked. Because with big item levels, it scales like crazy. Currently speaking, though, that does make him a very good buffing champion. Because it scales so hard. No, don't nerf my Spurt. I legitimately don't know if they realized how hard that was going to scale. Someone linked me once, like they were showcasing the new Spurt and literally went, why is that so high? Because like they didn't expect it. So I personally believe that will get capped. Do I have any basis for this? No. They want to nerf this with Spurt? I think they will. I think they will. That's why when I ranked him, I didn't necessarily take that into consideration. But it's been a long time, and they haven't nerfed it yet. It took a long time for them to nerf Rebalance Nova, though. So it's hard to rank him, but if I had to rank him just based on this, he is an amazing scaling positional buffer, which is pretty huge. But yeah, we'll go over the rest of his kit. But so while dead, with Waspiration, stacks are gained when an adjacent champion attacks and the base multipliers of the invented effects are increased by 100%. This is what I was thinking of when I was being incredibly stupid. Pack Tactics will also increase the base multiplier. So, yeah. Nerf is max 11 days. What do you mean by that, Strider? Have they announced an actual solidified nerf? Because I haven't seen that. I've actually seen them showcase a feat that will increase the cooldown even further. So, oh, they haven't? Yeah, see, I don't know, because there's a feat coming out that will actually further increase his ultimate cooldown. According to a random thing you found on the internet, Spurt passes Artemis when they both have around 30k average item levels. I think you're just running an anti-Artemis campaign, Lazy Cat. Agreed, it's a bit crazy you've not done any investment, partly due to Artie and the fact that I'd expect a nerf too. Yeah. But 11 days would bring it full circle. 30k, what a number. I mean, yeah, that is a lot of investment. I don't even think that's true, though. Your Artemis main? That's a hard comparison, though, because Artemis is buffing everyone else's positionals. You have to take that into consideration with Artemis as well. That's entirely dependent upon who else you've had boosted that he's observing from. But regardless, Spurt is very good. Your highest average is 1100 on Briv. And Briv's a good one to focus first, get those jumps going. Because he definitely pays out. Once you get a speed team rocking with his jumps, he will pay you back out. Oh man, as far as where to rank Spurt, after his rework, pull up the list, he did get pretty high regardless. He is sitting in the... Where is he? I gotta find him. Gotta find him with my eyes. A-, there he is. I do think he might climb a little. We'll go over his availability first, because it's a bit iffy. And that is one big knock to him. Spurt has to get enough item levels to beat gearless Omin. Yeah, Omin puts out some good numbers these days. Scaling does matter, though. But Spurt's availability, he released 1,830 days ago. So he is not available for Elminster. As he is evil, he is available for Mert. Vajra, I believe... Yeah, he has a 2 con feat. So he can become available for Vajra. But he has a very low int, very low strength. And there's no ways to counter those. He will not be available for Strahd or Zariel. And his low ability scores means he will only be available for day 1 dexterity and day 1 constitution. All of the rest he'll be locked out of. So his availability is not even average, it's just bad. 57 total stats. Yeah, he's a baby. He's 11 days old. You really tried to stay away from Artie, but with the whole day 1 Tiamat team, it didn't take much investment to make Tiamat Area 2K for campaigns a breeze. Yeah, Artie's just good, and that's why we're saving him for last. There's a lot to talk about with Artemis, but we will be going over him today. But as far as Spurt, I do think his severe lack of availability has to be considered. But if we take into consideration his current scaling, he scales better than a large chunk of champions in this game. I don't think he qualifies for S. His availability is not good. Not good. Sad. With his current scaling in mind, I do think he can climb up to A+. Until if that nerf ever happens, that will change things, but it's been a long time. He's kept it. I don't like to rank things based on what I truly believe will be nerfed or are unintended. But when they leave things for this long, that's kind of a statement of, no, that's part of the game. So I think he can climb up to A+. Potentially... Oh, man. That severe lack of availability, I just don't think you can qualify for S when you can only be used for 2 of the trials and, 2 of the patrons. That's a severe lack of availability. But that scaling is crazy. Availability should make him the gatekeeper for 8+. You think all the way at the top? Top of A+. Oh, man. It's pretty clear that I'm an availability whore. I think that's always been a huge thing for me. Because this game, sure, let's say you can push a random free play all the way. That is helpful in some scenarios, absolutely. Pushing your blessings, your favor. But the hardest things you push, and Spurt's constantly not available for them, the investment didn't pay out in the long run. Patron's team at other variants is his, and it's a high investment. That's a way to phrase things. Hey, let's just say if anybody ever cared to donate, there's a reason the $6.9 is there for the voice line that plays. But yeah, I'm thinking more near the bottom, not the gatekeeper of A+. I could see him being the gatekeeper of A-, but I do think he deserves to be in A+ with his scaling. Yeah, his availability is just so not good. So not good. And I think this is a personal thing, and that is why I want more input, is if you invest hard into someone and they're only good for pushing free plays, to me that's a waste. If you're not investing in a team that can push more than just a few things. especially when the highlight of that champion is scaling them up. But if you're just looking to push a big number whenever you can, yeah, Spurt's great. Is Desmond... What do you mean? Why are you looking? Desmond's seat 4. He's down in this bunch of just the champions waiting to be. We're in seat 3 right now. Bad availability. We should take Jang Sao next. Well, we'll get to Jang Sao when seat 8 happens. He's good for all the other non-arty DPS. Not wrong. Very good for Krond and Warduke being evil and positional. But again, it's the availability that's the struggle. He has no place in the Dark Urge. I mean, yeah, competing with a Ceramorphosis and just the races and classes you need in general. Spurt is very, like, best in slot for Warduke and Krond, though. Absolutely. Well, I guess Omin could contend for, yeah. Actually, we'll look at Omin next. I think we're going to keep Spurt here for now. But again, we'll always look back and retinker. Yeah, let's look at Omin next. Omin's an interesting one. He got a huge boost in his season, and pretty good now. So with Omin, his champion of Tymora got reworked and just buffed, super buffed. He recruits adjacent champions, champions affiliated with Acquisitions Incorporated and/or the C Team, and champions adjacent to them. So you can spread his champions of Tymora quite well if you use any of them, and if not, you just need him adjacent to your DPS. Champions of Tymora have their damage increased. Whew! E33, straight out. I mean, I do have some investment in him. He's up to 700 to 800 average item level for me. But, man, such a good hardy buff, just straight out. Big ol' buff, big ol' buff. But that's not all. He's also an amazing gold find champion. So, Adventuring Capital. Omin increases the party's gold find each time a champion of Tymora attacks an enemy, stacking additively. So, before a gold farm, you might want to set up... he's buffing all over the place, just buffing all over the place. Let's get some of his crew out. Man, I'm drawing a blank. Oh yeah, Certainty. Right. His Doubter. And then we have Strix, Vi, Morgan, Evelyn. Strix, Vi, Morgan, Evelyn. Nope. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. And now we can make other people just be adjacent. So let's just throw in some other people just for the sake of having people. So, as they go and keep attacking, he will just continually scale up his gold find. Stacking additively, it will have a ceiling you reach where there's kind of no point in continuing to do it. But once you get this rockin', you can get his gold find up quite well. It does take a little bit. You do have to get some hits in. But, I mean, we're talking he can contend with Merylwyn. We'll look at his specializations. Whoop, whoop. Uh-oh. Where you at? There you are. So, Omin increases the effective champion of Tymora by 50% for each champion of Tymora in the formation, stacking multiplicatively. We're at 10 right now because we had so many from his affiliation that are adjacent to others, and you're filling up your whole formation. A good flat way to scale it. Omin increases the effect of champions of Tymora by 100% for each slotted of the formation, stacking multiplicatively, so you'll just take whichever will give you the higher at the end of the day buff between them, but also he will increase champion of Tymora by 1% for every 10 stacks of adventuring capital, stacking multiplicatively. So if you are going to farm up his adventuring capital, that will be a good one. You can see we've upped it to E34 just for the little bit we've been attacking, where we previously were E33. That works like Penelope's, his gold find? What do you mean by that exactly? Because Penelope's... Oops. We'll just do that one. And we'll just do that one. Okay, which story time, right? So I'm a champion adjacent to Penelope attacks. She has a stack of story time. The party's gold fund is increased by 1% for each stack of story time, stacking additively. Story capped at or boss or enemy. Yeah. The only problem with her is, or difference rather, is I don't think she doesn't have a gear slot for it, right? And that's the bigger problem with Penelope. Not necessarily problem, but just big difference is he does have a way to directly scale his gold find with his equipment. Yeah, because right, Penelope does not have a way to scale story time. Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't think it piggybacks off any other formation ability. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, so over time you can farm that up, get it up there. However, on top of being a great support and gold, he also is a healer, which again, healing is, whatever. But Champions of Tymora are healed for E5 health per second. It is a, higher end heal, as ideally you're going to spread Champion of Tymora as much as you can. And E5, healing is never great. And E5 is, it's just a heal. But he also has long-term investments. Omin increases the effect of Champions of Tymora by 1% every... Or wait, no, that's the well-funded. Right. The effect of Champion of Tymora is increased by 20% for each order of magnitude of gold you have collected in the current adventure, stacking multiplicatively. So, that is one reason my buff is so high right now, is because I have, boosted my blessings up enough to give a bigger return from that, just getting gold. But, that will go up if I push forward right now. I think I pushed this run to 2,000. We'll find out. We'll just get Artemis out real quick. Stack up the bud. I think he needs to be present, right? Or no, it's just collected in the current adventure. Oh no, I didn't fully get to 2,000. That's all right. We'll boost that up with a quick gold group. I don't even know if this gold group is a current up-to-date group. I haven't farmed gold here in a while. But we'll just get some gold out. Get a higher magnitude of gold. And so, I boosted it up to E28. And now he's at an E36. So, the more gold you can farm in a run, the higher his buff will be. Let's just clear the board to get him back out. I said, let's clear the board and get him back out. So yeah, overall, puts out some potentially great numbers. Great gold find if you farm him up a bit. A healer, which, it's a little asterisk up there. Healing is never crazy important, but it can be useful. A lot of ways to scale his buff, yeah, and most of them have are tied to his equipment as well. His adventuring capital, his champions of Tymora. Well, I guess not, actually. I thought Light of Tymora was different, because that's just his heal. So never mind. But, yeah. Being tied to gold find is kind of the way they all weave together. So yeah, a lot of ways to scale. He just gets a big number if you're able to get blessings and favor up there a bit. And even before that, he still is just good. But let's look at his availability. Bom, 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 bom. So, he is kind of iffy on availability, being neutral, not available for Mert. He does he have any attribute feats? Nope. He is naturally available for Vajra, but he has low int, not Strahd, low charisma, so not Zariel, and he was released 1,368 days ago, so he is not available for Elminster. That means he is only available for Vajra as far as patrons go. As far as day one goes, everything but the dex. That low dex will hold him back, but every other day one. So his availability isn't great. That is definitely a knock against him. But he does have kind of a permanent place in a gold formation, and he is a great positional buffer. He could use int and charisma feat. Yeah, he definitely could use some feats because the charisma would get him into Zariel, and a 2 int would get him into Strahd. But yeah, at this point, and I believe on the horizon, I don't know for sure, he is not looking to get any. Maybe, I haven't looked into that. So, previously, because of his giant boost, I did give him a hardy increase up to an A+. All things considered, let's go ahead and pull up that list. Even in the higher bracket of A+, I do think his availability is a bit more of a knock. And considering who else is an A+, we'll take a look at the new list. I mean, I think his big numbers are obviously good. He scales well. His gear scaling is decent, but nothing like crazy, but good. I foresee him actually being at the very end of A+ to the gatekeeper of A-, maybe even taking a little bit of a hit. His numbers are very good, though. A-, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Lazy. Maybe taking over Orkira as the gatekeeper of A-, because he really does still almost get into that A+. Availability is a hit, but great gold find, great positional buff. Just not great availability. Still a very, very good champion, though. What's everyone else thinking? Definitely thinking gatekeeper of A- feels about right for him. For now. Can't let him beat Spurt. Well, it sounds like you're not being objective now, Parada. If his seat was different, A+, yeah, again, not usually a fan of saying, well, this is in his seat, but sometimes you do have to consider that. I do think Gatekeeper of A- works for now. Again, the more we go, the more we might finagle things around. But, yeah, because, man, his positional is so good. But it does require you to be able to farm a good chunk of gold. And he is not great for availability. So, yeah, I think we're going to keep him in Lael A-. The very tippity top, though. Now, we only have some interesting choices now. We're keeping Artemis for last. And we have, we should probably go to Dynaheir and then Gromma. So let's go to Dynaheir. She's dyeing her hair. Interesting champion, but also kind of frustrating on one hand. Good, but weird. Very recent release. Potential synergy with the absolute adversaries, which is important as she does have a feat for Ceramorphosis. Her buffing comes from the Resolve of Rashomon. She will increase the damage of all champions in the formation with a constitution of 15 plus. This stacks multiplicatively and can scale with the pre-stack. Doesn't natively. That does require her to take a certain specialization choice. Where is she? There she is. So, sorry, that was probably a really weird sound. So, her first pick. Champions that are adjacent to Dynaheir get a +1 con, so they help qualify for the 15 con for Rashomon, and the base effect is increased by a smaller percent. Now, she has a equipment slot for scaling specializations in particular. That's where that pre-stack comes from. Or she will increase the damage against favored foes by a smaller amount. Or she will bring in Minsk if he is not otherwise available and make him a tank, increasing his health, further increased for areas completed up to area 600. And all champions will be health increased by a percent of Minsk's health. The main use for this obviously is pulling him in a restrictive variant. And as Minsk also has a Ceramorphosis feat, he can also scale with the absolute adversaries. And this is important in maybe an Elminster run where Minsk will never be available. Dynaheir, being such an early release, or recent release, will be available for Elminster for quite a while, and be able to bring in Minsk to an Elminster run. But if you're looking for raw scaling, always Circle Magic. Because here we have increase the effect of Dynaheir specializations. That's what makes it a pre-stack scale, which pre-stack is very important. But she also has Enemy of Thay. Humanoid enemies are Dynaheir's favored foe. There is a 50% chance that an additional red wizard spawns with each wave in a non-boss area. This is important since she can increase the damage of favored foes, but also spoils of war. All favored foes have a chance to drop double quest items or count as double quest progress. This also gives her a bit of synergy with Minsk on top of that, because he has a specialization choice where humanoids also become his favorite foe. And so he will always be increasing the damage of the humanoids spawned by Enemy of Thay, but also he has a way to potentially pull in his favorite foe as well. So you can make him spawn even more humans. But she also has defensive position, increasing the bonus of Resolve of Rashomon by 20% each time an ally is attacked, up to a maximum of 100 stacks. It's nice to have in some scenarios, but again, if you're pushing late in the game, you're going to get to a point where taking a hit, especially up to 100, is not viable. But if you set up a scenario where you're just farming a high raw bud, you could go somewhere where Briv is just healing the damage, and we'll set that up to scale it up and show her peak potential. But as far as your wall, you're probably not going to be reaching that. But she also has the Unapproachable East. Champions in the frontmost column of the formation have their overwhelm increased to 25, if it wasn't already higher. So she can make pseudo tanks out of some champions. But at the end of the day, you want Circle Magic, you want as many con 15 plus or 14 with her adjacent with the spec pick to bring them up to 15. And in an absolute adversaries team, there's a lot that need to be brought up. Good for Krydle? Yeah, good for Krydle. We did go over that a little bit when we did Seed 2 on Thursday. Bob? We're gonna get a absolute adversary team out. The big unfortunate thing about an absolute adversary team with her is she is a human wizard. Do you know who else is a human wizard? Gale. So that means using them together makes Will's folk hero get a lot of humans and wizards, which is unfortunate for Dirge, who needs to qualify for as many as he can, being a dragonborn sorcerer. So, kind of anti-synergy. All of the anti-synergy of the absolute adversaries comes down to Will. I really, really wish somehow Dirge could qualify for more folk hero. Dark Inheritance somehow inheriting folk. I don't know. It's such a weird thing they've done with that. But let's just get a bunch of them out here. Why am I on 5? Let's put her there. So, let's see. I mean, I could just... Let's see what I have set. I mean, that's Valentine. We'll mix it around. I just don't want to have to remove all these familiars. Oh yeah, I didn't even update this for Gale either. We'll just put him in the place of Valentine for now. And whoop. So the thing is, oh yeah, and we have, I don't know, we'll just put Viconia instead of Egbert, because we're not looking to stack Will's folk hero right now. We're just looking to take a peek at Ceramorphosis. Dirge could just qualify considering he can be anything you want from BG3. Yeah, that's what I kind of said in the video when I covered Dirge is the Dark Urge was meant to represent player creation. It's weird. I know that is the base, look, class, and race, you know, but it would have been more interesting if he could qualify for races and classes. Here's the thing, even if Dirge could be human, she still wouldn't fit optimal AA because she is a wizard. Yeah, slotting Valentine kind of counters that, but yeah. So I mean, even here, if we just used Valentine, that's contending with the wizards. And if he had the human feet, and this was the full formation, that would be good to go for Dirge right now. But yeah, no, that's true. The thing is, now, she's only at a 6 stack, but that does bring it up to an E15, whereas previously with 1, I was at E10. You want her adjacent to those who need it, which is another reason Viconia is actually not the greatest, is Viconia's constitution is 9, so even being adjacent doesn't help. But a lot of them will. Gale naturally has 15 con. Dirge naturally has 16, or well, 15 con. He's being boosted right now by Dynaheir. But Lae'zel, Karlach, Shadowheart, and Astarion, I believe all of them are at 14 con. So ideally, you want all of them adjacent to her to boost it up to 15. I'm not looking to make an ideal formation here, so don't take this as like a, you know, the word of God for a formation here. Where was Valentine's con? Oh, Valentine's 14 as well, so if you use Valentine, you do want her adjacent as well. Yeah, and Will is 15 naturally as well. Yeah, this formation just doesn't work, but that's not the purpose of it right now. So by resituating, we're at 10 now. So that going from 6 to 10 has brought her up to an E20 buff. So a pretty good buff. Now, it can go up even higher with the defensive position, which we'll farm up now. What was Briv's natural con? Okay, yeah, good. So we'll go somewhere. Oh, where can they all take a hit together? Oh, they're dealing bud damage now. Yeah, my bud hasn't fallen far enough down. I'm probably gonna have to slot different people with higher con to represent that. Let's resituate here. I didn't even think of that. Let me pull up a list of high con, and I'll just get low level high con people in to represent defensive position. Stats: Constitution, a minimum of 15. So, in seat 1, we're gonna move this to 1 upgrade. We got Brunner. Seat 2, let's get Korth. Seat 4, let's get Baloth will work. Seat 5 will use Briv. Seat 6, let's use... I think I leveled up Evelyn already. Shandy should be leveled up. I think I just leveled up Krull, so we'll go Nox. 7 is Minsk. We're not... Or no, I haven't leveled Minsk, right? Yeah, that's fine. 8, we can go Warduke. And we need, what, 2 more? So 9, let's get in... I think I leveled Jaheira already with this, so let's go Ayla. And 10, we could do Barrelwind. So let's see. Is that all? Yeah, she's at 10 still. So now we can go somewhere where I won't be just ganking things. And again, you're not going to get, more often than not, a full 100 stack of this. That's kind of out there as far as surviving for that long and taking that many hits. But there are some scenarios where, you, like Trials of Mount Tiamat, I briefly mentioned this. I forget who and why. But you can go to an area... get my familiars out of here. You can go to an area where, and I'll bring it up so you can watch it climb as she gets defensive position. Okay, there we go, yeah. So you can see it's going to climb pretty quick as you start taking hits. Started at E20, we're already climbing to E24. About this range, you'd be able to survive, so that much of a boost isn't outlandish, unless you're reaching really, really late. But there is a method you can do where if you're trying to get your absolute highest damage hit in a Trials of Mount Tiamat run to make your DPS as high as it can be for day 1, there are areas you can fall back to, generally in the Area 40, Area 45 boss range, where you're going to run into a boss. Oh, they did kill. Unfortunate. We're going to have to go a little higher. That's okay. Let's go right here. But there's going to be an area you can farm with an armored boss that will attack your formation. A lot of times that's where, if you want to stack up Karlach's Rage, if you want to get Warduke hits in, any way to scale your damage with your formation as hard as you can, you're going to want to fall back to an area like that. You'll have an armored boss or a hit-based boss to continually hit. Your formation will continually attack. You'll get on-kill mechanics. You'll get on-hit mechanics, all of that. So it can be useful in that small niche. But still, most of the time you're going to be able to take a couple hits at least, and that is going to scale it up. But if we just want to take a look at its absolute maximum capacity, let's get it to 100. And I have her item levels up to about 1,000 to a little over 1,000. And she can cap out at E37 for me. That's pretty good. But again, we're talking a rare cap out scenario. So, let's take a look at her availability. So, she actually has really good availability. Naturally available for Mert being good. Her con, again, that's her whole kit is having a high con, so she's available for Vajra. Her intelligence is 17, so she is available for Strahd. And with a feat, you can see I have her charisma feat on right now. She is available for Zariel. And being a very recent champion, 73 days ago, which that's actually kind of great. I thought it was more recent than that. She's available for Elminster. And based on her ability scores, she is naturally available for every day 1 trials. Restriction. So great availability. A little bit of speed, but are you really going to make crazy use of her speed mechanic? Probably not. A favored foe team is not naturally the way most people lean in a speed team. However, it can be useful. Good support, but does require constitution or people with constitution she can buff up. Overall decent, does have Ceremorphosis, but doesn't exactly fully mesh with a Ceremorphosis team if you're looking to stack Folk Hero. Ups and downs with her. Overall a good champion, I think, but some ups and downs. As far as where I ranked her previously, we are looking at I believe I had her more in just like the mid-A? Climbing into the A+ a bit, you can see, right above Shaka there. So in the A range, and I think that is a good spot for her. She is good. Not the best, a little restrictive in who she buffs and how she buffs, but pretty good overall. Let's take a look at our current list. So yeah, previously in the A+, but more in that she was meant to represent like a flat A rather than an A+ or an A-. But as far as where she goes now, what's everyone thinking? She's been good for you? Yeah, I think she's good. And especially with the current focus on a lot of the absolute adversaries, while she doesn't perfectly synergize, you know, she gives Ceramorphosis if nothing else, and can pull Minsk in to offer another Ceramorphosis if you need it in like an Elminster run. Compare with BBEG, you think down to the like a flat B range? I think her buffing can outclass his by quite a bit potentially. But he is a better speed champion for sure. Seems like a lot of work to get her buff going. It can be. There are a lot of champions that can qualify, and it stays in the mid to good range even if you can't fully stack it up. It just has the potential to rise really high, while still performing well otherwise. I could see her being bumped down a little bit. I still see her potentially, yeah, in the low A-. That's kind of where I'm thinking. I do see her being above Turiel, but maybe not being above Kreidel. So either low A- or high B+. I still think, considering where the game is at right now, I think she is more useful than she maybe will be later, simply because we do have so much focus on the absolute adversaries, and they are very relevant right now, both, you know, based on memes and the gaming sphere, but also on mechanics. They are the current good affiliation. And I think, at least right now, that does help her be relevant. I'm thinking, I like A- for her. I do. Low A-, she's available for literally everything, and even if she isn't ideal for most teams, she can almost always be useful. Yeah, I agree. I think A- is a good spot for her. Whew, we only got 2 more. And they are interesting ones. So we'll leave her there for now and move on to Gromma. Gromma's interesting. Boo boo doo boo. Not the most recent champion, but the most recent reworked champion, Gromma, making her now available for Elminster, where she otherwise wasn't. And she is pretty good now. She might see a little bit of a lower placement than I gave her. I did admittedly kind of leave her where she was a little bit because I knew we were going to look at her again today. But she is good. There is one huge drawback to her, but we'll get to that. So, Grand Motherly Love is her main buff. Gromma increases the damage of all other heroes proportional to their age. I don't know why I said it like that. The buff starts applying to each champion at a flat amount, and every 10 years or younger than 100 that champion is, the buff on them is increased by 100%, stacking multiplicatively. So ideally you want a younger champion, but that's not a requirement. The big problem with that is it is an age mechanic. I did go over this. I don't remember why, but I did go over this briefly, in that Dirge, being the most recent useful DPS champion, cannot receive that. The Dark Urge is eligible to start in all adventures appearance, blah blah blah. He also does not interact with any champion abilities or variant effects that are based on age. Ideal support for a Spurt DPS team? Gromma? Gromma and Spurt can't be used together. What you mean? What you talking about? They in the same seat. But, so you'll see I'll get 2 people out here. Oh, man, just based on the age? Okay, yeah. But I did go over this a little bit before. on another stream, I forget which one, but you'll see Lae'zel is receiving grandmotherly love. That is something that shows up on the incoming effects. But since Dirge does not interact with age mechanics, he will just not receive that buff. You will say you used her with Dahani and they smacked? Yeah, she definitely can be good with Dahani. How old is Dahani? 9. I actually didn't realize she was that young. Wow. Yeah, so definitely a good option is Dahani. Let's see, so how much is she buffing it up? We'll take a look at that, being 9. So yeah, she's, before other scalings come in, she's bringing it up to an E13. So not too bad, just for a starting point. And none of the rivals are in C3, so she can be used with all of the rivals as well. And the big unfortunate thing going back to Dirge is Gromma actually would have been a pretty decent replacement for Dynaheir in a Absolute Adversary team. Being a Tortle and being a Druid, that doesn't conflict with a lot of options. So she wouldn't have hurt Will's folk hero. So it's unfortunate, but if they bring the rest of the Saturday morning squad, this will become more useful soon. Yeah, and we'll take a look at the rest of her mechanics. But so just base mechanics, she gets running with the youngins, which is a huge way to scale grandmotherly love. The effect of grandmotherly love is increased for each champion in the formation younger than Gromma. Gromma being 80, depending on the champion, that's not too hard to do, and this stacks multiplicatively, but more importantly, it is pre-stack. She has this first slot that replaced that, running with the youngins increased, and that is a flat increase that scales with the pre-stack. So with, like the morning squad will get out Bresto. Oh, I still have it set to 1. That would have taken a while. Formation with an age of 20 or less. We'll go with that for now, to stay on theme. Diana. So yeah, the general theme with the Saturday morning squad, like Ravenous was saying, is they're all going to be young, because that whole squad is teenagers playing D&D. You know, that's the whole theme. So they're all going to be able to stack with Gromma quite well. Hopefully none of them takes C3 when they come out in the future. But 8 to 16, yeah. And that means they're all going to be available for Elminster for a long time too, because Presto and Diana are both very new. Gromma just got reworked, and any more that come out will be new. They will all be useful for Elminster. So under 80, what is the rest of the rivals? 32. And I guess Diana shares a seat with Shaka, but whatever. We'll use Diana instead for now. Kent is 35. Celise is 42. She's slightly older than I thought she was. I thought she was in like her late 30s. You'll think they'll leave C3 open. It kind of seems like they want Gromma to fit in the morning squad. Yeah, that's the vibe I got too. Who am I looking for? Gazrick. I actually don't know Gazrick's age. Oh, say he won't work. No, sir. Let's just throw in Jim. And hell, Briv be 42. Whatever, we'll just throw in Briv. We're just looking for people under 80. Whatever. Interesting choice, but yeah, we're just looking to scale that up to give a look here. So, running with the youngins at 9. You can only ever get 9 as Gromma has to be slotted, and it's based on who is younger than her, so 9 is the cap. But it is a pre-stack scale, so the more item levels you invest, the harder that's going to scale. We're bringing that up to a baseline now of E18. But on Dahani, who is multiplicatively increasing it for how young she is, that's going to be E21. And that's just a flat-out buff that's always persistent. Not too bad. A bit restrictive, though. Again, you do need people under 80 and a young champion it's applying to get its maximum benefit. It still is a good buff, even if you can't reach those thresholds. That being said, we're not done with Gromma. for pretty much everything else, we're going to want to look at her specializations, because she is very versatile as a tank, a DPS, and a support. However, someone did bring up a good point on a YouTube comment. One knock for her being a tank is, yes, she gets enough health upgrades to be serviceable at a baseline tank. However, she does not have a health item. She shares her health, but she does not have a way to scale her health. So if you're looking for a tank in the very late game, she's more suitable as an off tank, not your solo main tank, which is kind of a knock for being a tank. But very versatile, as we'll see in her specializations. Let's get those up. So, first you're going to select her circle of the mountain, of the Arctic, or of the swamp. Circle of the mountain will buff up people who are neutral. However, if you do push to tier 4 and complete all of her events, or her tiers within the event, you will unlock a feat that will change Circle of the Mountain to good. So she can also buff good champions with that, potentially. Circle of the Arctic will now cast Sleet Storm on enemies she attacks, and those surrounding the targeted enemy. This is her debuff. It is a good standard thing to take to just increase damage on everything she hits, and that will affect your click debuff as well. So she is a debuffer on top of everything else. Circle of the Swamp will increase her damage based on the highest grandmotherly love buff she is applying to another champion. So that is a good way to make her be a DPS by scaling grandmotherly love again even higher then. But a good standard is the debuff, but it very much depends. Do you want her a DPS? Do you want her buffing a neutral or potentially a good with the feet slightly more? But we'll take Sleet Storm for now. Then she has a second pick of Stone Skin, Entanglement, and Melf's Acid Arrow. The first will increase Hardened Shell, which, if you look at Hardened Shell, that is a Overwhelm based thing. Gromma has a Hardened Shell, reducing the Overwhelm damage she takes from all sources by 25%. You could argue that is a counter to the fact she can't scale her health, but it's not the same. It really isn't. Having a much higher health threshold very much outshines taking percentile less damage from Overwhelm. That being said, she will also, with that choice, counter attacks by making the attacker take 10 seconds of Bud damage. So she can also be a Bud damage dealer on top of that. Entanglement will increase the chosen circle, and it will reduce enemies she's attacked speed and attack speed, movement and attack speed, by half. So it's another way to add a little more to her debuff, and it will increase whatever circle numerically you took prior. Melf's Acid Arrow will help her be a damage dealer or just apply more Bud, and replacing her attack with Acid Arrow, changing it to magic, which is also important. She can become a magical tank or a magical DPS. And the magical tank can help because there's only so many magical tanks in the game, like Blushi and Miria. However, there is a slight drawback in that since this is a specialization pick, if there is a restriction that will only say, oh, only magical-based attackers, she won't qualify, because you would have to be able to slot her and specialize her to make her magic, so she won't qualify in that scenario. But just being a potential magic-based tank, or support even, is nice. However, she will also hit a target again after the arrow explodes, dealing Bud damage. So there's a lot of ways you can make her support, debuff, apply Bud damage. Very, very versatile. So we have a good buff, we have a potential debuff or a potential buff to neutral good damage. We have a lot of potential Bud damage, more debuffs, a pre-stack scaling. At the end of the day, she is very good. But let's take a look at her availability. So, one knock is she's neutral, so she will not be available for Mert, but her constitution is very high, so she will be available for Vajra. Her intelligence with a feat, I have it currently equipped, will make her available for Strahd, And she is available for Zariel with her ability scores. And since she just got reworked, she will be available for Elminster for 3 years, so long time. Which is another reason I wish she worked with Dirge, but whatever. Trials Day 1, her low dex is the only thing that's going to lock her out. So her availability is actually pretty good. So, decent buffer, can be a really good buffer, pre-stack scaling, making that even better, potential debuffer, potential bud user, potential tank, DPS, support. Overall, really good champion. Oh, and Jim just gave her a skin I didn't realize she had. Did Jim? No, that is one. Oh, Spelljammer. Okay, I forgot about that one. Huh. I don't remember seeing that ever. Anyway, as far as where we're going to put her now, comparatively to where we had her before. Oh, I'm in a... I didn't switch back over. Oopsie. As far as where we're going to put her now, I did just look over her again. And in my last video, I said she basically deserves to be where she is, which was in the A+ range. Actually, we'll go ahead and show the old list. Not high A+, but in the A+ range. And for the most part, I believe that is kind of where she belongs, is in an A+ to an A-. But we do want to look at her now compared to everything else we've done. Low A+, yeah. I could see her being under Spurt. I could see an argument for her dipping into the A- for sure. Think she's really good. Surprised me. I believe she is really good, and being good availability with that versatility, with the potential of high buffing numbers, that's just all around good. We're not talking like best, but very, very good. So it's hard not to give that a high score. She doesn't necessarily fit in a lot of formations, which is probably the biggest knock to her. Is we'll take another look at her real quick. Being 14 strength and neutral, she's not going to be used for Krond. Her buff isn't positional, so she's not going to be used with Warduke. She shares a seat with Artemis, so clearly she's not going to be used with Artemis. And she cannot apply her buff to Dirge. So, just doing Artemis being F, he's not F. He's just waiting to be ranked. He's the last one. But that is probably Gromma's biggest drawback, is not being ideal for a lot of top-end DPS. Artemis, Warduke, Krond. Decent for Ashara, being Potpourri. I think it's perfect you like that. Oh, well, then you're going to hate where he's probably going to be ranked. Yeah, So I do think that is a big drawback to consider. Not good for Dirge, Warduke, Artemis, or Krond. That is pretty big. So maybe she does bump down to A-. But I still think she's very good, all things considered. Below Orkira, 1 or 2 spots, you think? I could see her being just below Krydle potentially, as Krydle's evasion is super unique and useful. You don't think she should dip? I do think it is a huge knock against her again. When we're talking about people investing in DPS champions, they're often investing in Krond, Warduke, Artemis, and Dirge. And she's not good for any of them. As an Artemis main, his rank is pretty obvious. It's just annoying to see people think and say that he is the only way to get anywhere high in that game. Happens way too often on the Discord. I agree with that sentiment, right? I always say use whoever you want, right? At the end of the day, with enough item level investment and legendary investment, you can use anyone. You can make anything work. But if we're ranking champions based on their mechanics and what they offer to the game, you have to consider Artemis in that scenario. I'm teetering between Gromma, though. I'm kind of stuck on her because I do think it's a knock to literally not be useful for 4 of the main DPS people focus. That is a big knock. But as far as her kit, she offers a great kit. So that is difficult. I definitely think if she goes down to the A-, she would have to maintain a higher A- for sure, though. You've seen Omin reach E35, combined with his gold find makes him way more interesting than Gromma. So you would go for A-. I could see that too, yeah. I think she is more versatile than Omin, but she doesn't put up as good of numbers, but she does have pre-stack scaling, so she could. Whereas Omin doesn't have pre-stack scaling. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep her there for now, but she's definitely one I'm not cemented on. We're definitely going to have to keep her in mind when we rearrange a lot of stuff. In the end, it's similar case to Solak, good mechanics, but doesn't really fit with any good existing team. Yeah, but I do think that is a problem, though, for sure to consider. It is unfortunate. Man, I really wish Dirge at least got the base buff from Grandmotherly Love and just couldn't scale it. Like the age thing came into, well, you don't know if he's higher or lower, so he can't scale it. But to not even get the base effect really sucks. Yeah, I'm thinking for now, that's where she's gonna be. Yeah. The whole AA was just kind of botched up. Yeah, like, so good and so weird at the same time. Yeah, it's a really strange thing. At least Gromma's Bud doesn't need young champions. It's an increase for a bit of young, but not... Yeah. It's not as good. Nixie, for example, but it still works. Or Bud. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. So it's a good... Yeah, and that's the thing, too. Like, A-, man. That's... You're not bad. Like, you're still really good in the A- tier. Huh, well, that means we got the boy. The boy left. My current main DPS. The largely considered best DPS in the game. Artemis. And I think most people know what's happening here. But we have to go over it. Oh, Artemis. So we're going to spend a little bit more time on him as well, because a lot of people like to know best uses of Artemis, who best works for Artemis. And I'll go over most, if not all of that. The first thing to talk about is the most pointless part about him, honestly, is jeweled power. Whenever Artemis kills an enemy, his damage is increased by 100% multiplicatively, and there is a 10% chance per stack additive that Artemis's next attack deals more damage and resets the stack count. That's just a very minor damage buff that happens. I mean, it's hard to control. You can go back and try to stack it up, but it might be used in that process, and yeah, it's whatever. All right, so get him a new rank above S and we can move on. We got to talk about him. All of his power comes from observance. He observes and copies the positional formation abilities applied to other DPS champions in the formation and gains a copy of those abilities on himself at a higher amount of their original effectiveness, even if he himself already receives that effect. So, you want him slotted with as many other DPS as possible to observe from, as each one will offer a higher scaling buff. So you don't just want one DPS out there getting a bunch of positionals he observes from the one DPS. So then that also means ideally you want a DPS that also offers a positional buff. A good straight out example is Birdsong. So Birdsong is a DPS champion who offers a positional buff that scales quite well. Right now it's not, but that's irrelevant. So we're looking for either more people who are DPS with a positional, or someone who offers a really good positional to offer whatever DPS you do have slotted so he can observe everything from. Now, for now, I'll go straight into my personal Artemis team. A good note here is I'm not saying this is the be-all end-all Artemis team. This is my Artemis team. This is who I enjoy using with him. Works good with him, maybe not the ideal best though. But we will go over everyone who is good with Artemis. So, my current Artemis team consists of course, Artemis, Nova, who contends with Strix. Many people use Strix because she is a DPS with a positional. I'm currently using Nova because I invested in her early, and her positional is very good and can reach up to 3 slots. So it can reach, in almost any formation, the DPS you want it to reach. I use Blushi from Seat 2 because Blushi offers an amazing positional buff to be observed. Right now I have it stacked up to E30 before observance, so that's going to scale really well. You want her to have the 2 columns behind her that she buffs be full of as many DPS as you can. In Seat 4, I am using Karlach, who buffs everyone in her column and the column behind her. So you want as many DPS in those as possible. And I have her up to currently in E40 before observance. So it's a great buff. And she herself is a DPS, so a DPS with a positional. Now, this seat does have a lot of people who are good to use with Artemis. I used to stan Kent a lot. I still think Kent is good. However, 3 big champions have come out since Kent that are really good. So Kent has been knocked down a little bit, but he's still good for Artemis. However, Antreus came out, who is not a DPS, but he offers a positional buff with a pre-stack scaling. So you can offer your formation a really good positional buff to be observed. However, there's also Commodore Crux, who is very, very similar to Karlach. He is a DPS with a positional buff. Not exactly like Karlach in that he will buff everyone in his column and the furthest back column, but in this formation, that means he's effectively doing the same thing. Everyone in this column and the column behind. So you want as many DPS in those as possible. Now, he scales with how many people, for each second, rather, champions are in the current area. So if you can hold out and scale that up with either a pushback team, and he himself has a pushback or a slowing team, or just go back and farm it up, his positional will scale really well. Again, being comparable to Karlach. We'll let that stack up. He will likely, in my scenario, be a little bit higher than Karlach. I focused Karlach because I'm transitioning to also have an absolute adversaries team, and I like Karlach's base mechanics better between her potential healing and her bud. But I love Crux. Crux is great. Antreus is a little difficult to position. With heavy item level investment, Antreus probably takes it over with being the best potential buff to observe. However, he's difficult to position. Crux, you'll see here, I've capped out now at E41 before observance, so very close to Karlach, as Karlach was E40. And my Karlach, for reference to, my Artemis is at roughly a 10,000, a 1E4 item level. My Valentine, who we'll go over next, is also around that range. And then everyone else is about 1,000 item levels. So Valentine is used because Trigram, we'll go over her whole kit, even though we'll go over her later. But she increases the damage for every positional affecting her, but she will also share those positionals with other DPS. Now, you also have to take into consideration Socialite. Duplicates any positional formation abilities that are affecting her to champions in the formation. If the receiving champion already has the formation ability is instead boosted by an amount. This happens after Artemis's observation ability. So it still scales it, but it's not going to be like, you can't super double triple down with it, but if he is observing everything, she then boosts the formation abilities because he's receiving it, right? Happens after it. She can't boost them before he observes it as more of like a pre-stack. It's after it. So keep that in mind. But it still is another way to boost every positional he's already boosting by observing it. So that's why she's so good, is she can scale that up. So using her, Jim, with his rework, has become a very, very good champion for Artemis. He is a DPS with a heavy scaling positional ability. Now, increase the damage of Jim and everyone in the columns in front of and behind him. For each affected champion, stacking multiplicatively. So, one thing to really consider with this is you want it affecting as many champions as possible, but it also scales with the pre-stack for how many champions it is affecting. So in this instance, you'll see I'm at 9. I have him here in the middle, so he's affecting behind and in front of him. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 champions. Well, Artemis is observing it, so that'll be 7. And he himself has it as well, because he's also offering it to Karlach through Valentine. Valentine is receiving it and therefore sharing it to Karlach. Now, Artemis isn't going to observe that instance off of Karlach. However, it will scale up his fan club from that pre-stack, because she's sharing it and he just scales off that. Does that make sense? So, but you can see, with 9, it's at E51. That's huge, huge. So you'll see if I go to Artemis and just look at what he's getting out of it after his observance and socialite. First of all, Belushi is up to E53. The crew from Nova is at E48. Fan Club is at E67. So these scale really well. And again, I have Birdsong in. We'll go back over her now. Once she's stacked up and I have the formation rolling, she's at an E36, and she applies it to everyone within 2 slots of her. So have as many DPS as you can within that range if you're using her, and you'll want to select her evil specialization choice, because that has to do directly with what that champion is on scaling it. It won't affect how Artemis observes it at all. And Chorus of the Lost, you'll just choose whichever is the highest there. She's at 7 with my current formation. And then the last one is Nrak. And that one is debatable, but he does offer a very large buff. I will need to stack it up. For those who don't know, you have to use his ultimate to scale up his key points. And the more key points you have used in the current adventure will scale up his positional to become very, very potent. So let's go ahead and do that now. There's a couple of ways you can do that. I might only get it to 59. I might miss it. We'll see. But if you just level him up to 100, you can use his ultimate, get it as many times as you can, and then let it come off cooldown, do it again, because he will never consume the key points at level 100. He consumes them at level 120, but he can build them at 100. So that's a sweet spot where you can build them up, or you can do what I'm about to do and use Dungeon Master. And you might miss out on one with this method and get to only like 59 or something. But Dungeon Master can reset the cooldown of an ultimate. So we're going to use him and get 30 ideally. And we just have to time it like we're playing Dead by Daylight. Running on a gen. Then boom, reset it. Do it again. Try to get another 30. There we go. So that counted as the full 60. Snuck that in there. And so with that, his positional has become... Okay, I think that is currently being affected by Artemis, though. So let's just check Artemis directly. Where are you? Wait, oh no, it's not. Whew, it's so spicy. It is being observed for E82%, so it was for me natively E68 at the full 60. Now, an amazing positional to observe, however, that's not even the end of Nahara, as the more you scale his key points, he will debuff enemies for even more damage. So he gets the debuff on top of that. So yeah, that's Nahara very good, very good. How and what buffs Valentine gets at 10? This also, so yeah, I'll explain how, because normally she doesn't. For one, you want her dexterity feat on if you're using Zorbu. So if she's adjacent to Zorbu, that's the only way she will get Hunter's Pack. Or not Hunter's Pack. Hunter's Pack. His positional. But you also want her adjacent for this reason, Wolf Pack. Increase the effect of Hunter's Pack and the dex score of adjacent champions. That technically counts as another positional for her. And also, we're in the Tomb of Annihilation. That gives positionals based on positioning within the formation. So if she was here, she would have less just because she's not in the corner and the top and yada yada. So a lot of, I think my average is 8, I think, is my normal. But because of Tomb Annihilation, she's up to 10 because of blessings. Where is it? In the rearmost column, so that's one of them. Yeah, so part of that is because of the current run. So you just leave Nahara at level 100. Okay, yeah, you can leave him after level him after getting 10. Yeah, that's what I would have said too, yeah. So you only leave him 100 to stack up to 60, and then you level him to further boost him. But you can also do the method I just did where if you can get 30, reduce his cooldown of his ultimate with Dungeon Master, then do another 30, that'll get him to 60, which is how I just did it. But it's easy to get him to 100, tinker with it as slow as you want to, then level him once you get the 60. It is important to, if you're at a wall, you want to do it again, because that debuff does help a lot, because that's just even more damage on top of that. Nahara is so good. So yeah, that is my formation. Torgar as well. Now I will say, Torgar is like Spurt. At a certain point, he is probably going to be nerfed. His Preach, for some reason, double dips. Don't know why. Don't even know how that's being calculated. So that is why, for some reason, he's still even good for Artemis because he just buffs evil champions and is a DPS to at least be observed from. So you want him receiving as many positionals as possible. And with his high dex, ideally, I'd even have him adjacent to Zorbu. But just in this formation, the way I have it set up right now, that's harder to do. I will go back and say real quick with Nahara, don't sleep on Githzerai Focus either. I have it set to Wisdom because of my AA team. I'm going to set him to Dexterity right now because where is the boy? Oh, Nar. There he is. Nar. So that is why currently I have Artemis in the front and Nova here, because Nova could be here and still be providing her buff to everyone within 3 range. However, she has that dexterity threshold. So with Nahara being adjacent to her, he is buffing the crew. He is buffing Birdsong's Song of Battle. Song of Battle? Is that right? Yeah. And Zorbu's Hunter's Pack, because they all reach that dexterity threshold of being boosted by Githzerai Agility. Increase the potency of positional abilities adjacent champions with dexterity of 16 or higher. So, that is my formation. Once I've leveled everything up, you can see I can, depending on the run and the, just random factors of, do I have Nahara's debuff leveled? Am I fighting something that can take multiple hits? Do I have Karlach fully scaled up? Do I have Jim's Mystery scaled up? Which I didn't go over that, so I'll go back over that. What ultimates are actively up? I can reach with 10k Artemis, 10k Valentine, 1k everyone else item level wise. Almost fully leveled legendaries. My bud can reach over 1,000. Not currently right now, but in a lot of cases I get over 1,000. But let's quickly go over, what was it? What did I say I was going to go over? I already forgot. Oh, Jim, right. So one way Jim scales his Magical Mystery Tour, increasing fan club for each time an enemy, ally, or equipment blah 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 is polymorphed or transformed in some way. If you're on a stage where you can farm up, you could do that with, like, Fen. Fen is a good option for that because her ultimate is a low cooldown and it transforms her into that form, and that'll count. Another one is Strix, who her ultimate will transform stuff. And yeah, Averin is another way. But, so, if you need, and Jim himself will just count for that as he transforms stuff. But that is another way to scale up Fan Club a little bit. And yeah, as far as Torgar double dipping, it's just a weird thing. Like, it's even hard to track and, like, it's hard to prove. But that's been a thing for a while where Preach, for some reason, double dips. I can't explain it. I don't even have a way to mechanically explain it. I don't know why it happens, but it does. It'll probably be fixed at some point. I would not rely on his double dipping. And if you want to replace him in your formation, I'm going to go over a couple more options that are good for Artemis as well. So, starting at seat 1, the best option for Artemis is the Nerds. I used to use them. I don't anymore. Why is that? Well, let's replace them with Torgar. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So, the Nerds. They count as a DPS, and they have 2 positionals they can offer. One is from Fighter, one is from Bard. So you want orange and green. And as far as a third, you're going to want the Ranger. They don't offer a positional, but they do debuff enemies to take more damage. More damage is more damage, right? The Bard buffs adjacent champions. So ideally, you'll want them adjacent to Valentine, so she can observe, or Socialite Bard. However, orange is by far the most important. Also the problem with that is, in order for orange to offer their buff, they need to take damage. Increase the damage of all champions behind the Nerds when enemies are attacking the Nerds. When you're pushing really deep, it's hard to rely on that. It's really hard to rely on spiking your damage only when the Nerds come under attack. That is my personal, not beef with them. I still like the Nerds. I think they're good for, especially an Artemis setup. But to rely on a positional that can only proc when they're under damage, sometimes they're not going to be in the front and taking damage. Sometimes it's hard to survive even taking one hit. It can be very difficult. But they are very good for Artemis, and some people consider them best in slot for an Artemis formation. I just don't like mechanically how they jive. However, again, in that scenario, if you're going back in Trials of Mount Tiamat to reach your absolute peak damage for your Trials run, you can go back to a position or an area where you're fighting a boss that has armored health that damages the whole group. Even if it's not going to hurt you at all, it'll still damage you to proc orange. But I just think that's a harder to work with mechanic. And Bard's not the highest observance buff at all. And while Fighter's not high either, it will apply to everyone behind them. So it hits everybody positioned correctly. It will scale up quite well. And with both of them together, both being observed, it's decent. It's good. It's not just decent, it's good. It's just harder to proc Fighter. As far as seat 2, other options, Lae'zel is another option as a DPS with a positional buff. However, her positional only pops off when you have a full absolute adversary Ceramorphosis team and are able to go to an area that can spawn aberrations. She's just a bit sporadic in how hard she'll buff, but having another DPS out there that can be observed is nice. Another option is Krydle. Krydle is more of a unique pick. Again, in a formation like we're in right now, he will buff all of the champions in the back 2 columns. So he's hitting pretty much everyone you want in this type of formation. And his buff will be observed quite well. We'll take a look at it. From the Shadows, E33. We're not competing with Fan Club, obviously, at E70. We're not even competing with Nova's the crew at all, but a decent buff to observe. And I don't have him scaled up to 1,000. Oh no, I do actually. That's right, I used to use him and never broke him down. Anyway, so yeah, his buff is good, but not the greatest to observe. However, he does have the added bonus of being an evasion tank. And that can be very important when you're late pushing stuff. Like a very late Trials of Mount Tiamat pushing past Area 2000 on an armored boss, dealing AoE damage to your whole team, killing everybody in 1 to 2 hits. Him constantly evading, relying on his Bud Bomb auto attack or Bud potions to he'll just sit there and evade everything, and you can push on through. You're using Lae'zel most of the time because you dislike having to use Blushi from the start of the run. No whittle equals not for you. Yeah, I can understand that. And she is useful, no doubt. But if we're talking just who offers the best observance buff, Blushi does win out in the end. But yeah, no, she's not necessarily going to be useful every time you do an Artemis run. But obviously in Seat 3, we have Artemis. We already went over Seat 4 a bit, where Andreas, Crux, and Kent versus Karlach. Seat 5, if you don't want to use Valentine, Valentine is going to be the best performing with item level boosts. Dadius has become an okay potential use in that he can buff more people, and it is positional, so he's catching it on most of what an Artemis formation would be. And that scales his buff up quite well. Not crazy, but good. And being a DPS himself, he will take in other positionals to be observed as well. As far as where I am observing him, let's take a look. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Skill empowerment. Again, kind of near the Cridle range, E32. But I don't have him up to Cridle item levels. He's only sitting at 100 something. So he is a good pick. But again, Valentine is kind of the queen as far as an Artemis team goes. Seat 7, Jim has become the best, undoubtedly. But Cadibri is another good option, where she can offer a positional buff for everyone in front of her, being a DPS herself. She is a pretty good pick. Used to be the best. But at this point, especially in this formation in particular, it's not going to be the greatest. I don't know. We'll just move things around real quick. So, definitely depends on the formation, but right now we're observing... Oh, and she's probably not getting actual hits, is she? Push forward. Cadibri increases the damage of herself and all champions in front of her in the formation each time... Oh, right, it's a crit now. Stacking multiplicatively, so that will scale up as the formation gets more crits and is positional to be observed from, but it's not gonna reach Jim levels with how crazy Jim got buffed. However, yeah, you see right now it's only E29, or 19 rather. It will scale up more in a different formation where she can just be in the back buffing everybody, and if she gets more crits rolling in. The only time you'll probably want that pick though is if Jim is unavailable, because Jim has just become a crazy scaling positional buffer. Let's go ahead and get back out my base team here. So it's just hard to compete with a positional of E51 in my case. And 8 doesn't have much to offer other than rack. Like there's a few people that can offer a positional, like Walnuts, Vlanya, Human, Tatiana, Beetle, but they just... they aren't DPS to be observed from, but neither is Narak. But their positionals aren't gonna stack up that great. Whereas Narak's positional is crazy good now, if you work with it. And he's actually got pretty decent availability. And he's got a debuff, and he buffs other positionals. I mean, Narak really is just good for this kind of setup. As far as Seat 9 goes, Birdsong is the winner, but there are other options. You have Makos, the core champion, pretty good if you're early on and you're wanting to run Artemis right away. Makos does offer a non-adjacent positional buff while being a DPS himself, but his numbers will never compete with a hard scaler like Birdsong, who can reach the E30s pretty easily, whereas Makos, he's sitting at E10, so it's not, and some, like in this scenario, we'll put him here so it's being observed on everybody. But let's see what it's getting observed for. Whoa. Where are we at? Am I blind? I missed it. There it is. E29. So not competing with Dadius or Kreidel as a DPS, but he will be observable from, and I am in a position where I can hit all of my current DPS, but you're not always going to be able to do that with him. Birdsong is just better and has good availability. Jahira is a DPS, so she can be observed from, but she does not offer a positional. And there are others with positionals like Morgan or Nordom, but they aren't good positionals. And Brother Uriah, and champions like Shaka and Diana are not positionally based, or Ayla, so they won't be that great. 10, there are some options. Not great ones, though. Torrigar, 10 is kind of the weakest slot, or seat, in general, which is why Torrigar is another pick. But, I mean, Havilar is a positional. Barrowin can be decent in that she can buff everyone behind her. So if you have all DPS behind her, you're going to observe a lot from her buff. She's not a bad pick if you need a tank. But yeah, Tiro Rosie, Havilar's not amazing, but can be used. Lakori's a no-go, Wolfgar's no positionals. Eliwick isn't the greatest buffer and is positional, but is kind of just mid. Astarion is only top or bottom. You can squeeze that in, but not being a DPS and only hitting that, it's not the greatest, and he scales with Ceramorphosis anyway. Yorvin is a DPS to be observed from, but he has no positional to offer. And Virgil has a positional, and being observed can make Artemis attack very fast, but still just not going to be ideal. 11 is definitely more competitive between Nova, who I use, and Strix, who a lot of people probably recommend. Forgot Yorvin exists for a reason. Yeah, he kind of came out when click debuff was on the rise, and he was like, here's another click debuff. But even then, he wasn't like the greatest debuffer. He was fun. I love his design. I love Yorvin's design. But yeah, he's kind of he's there. But Strix, she is a DPS with a positional buff, but that positional just isn't that good. So that's kind of my problem with Strix is, yes, if you can make it hit everyone non-adjacent, it can scale. Let's find it right now. Or of the Unclean getting up to an E30. But for her to not be adjacent to people, she usually isn't going to be receiving a lot of stuff to be observed from. And this is with her hitting everyone she can in my formation right now. You can't always slot her like that. So I personally prefer Nova because I already had invested in her and I think she's competitive. And a tank for an Artemis team is always nice. Time for a Yorvin damage buff. I mean, yeah. I wanted Yorvin to be good. I really did. But yeah, so Nova and Strix are the main competitors for Seat 11. And C12 is pretty much Zorbu as a positional DPS. There are some you can use in his place. I mean, you can use Solis to hit multiple columns. You can technically finagle Arkin because he buffs positionals. And then Artemis will buff that with observance. But that's rarely going to compete with someone offering an entire other positional. Dob, technically for non-adjacent, but he's not a DPS. Miria buffs those adjacent and gives some tank mechanics. But again, when we're dealing with a seat that has a positional buffing DPS who can give Valentine another positional with a feat, it's hard to deny Zorbu. So yeah, no love for Turiel with Artemis. Turiel can be okay, that's fair, but he fits the niche of being a pseudo tank for the formation. And I mean, we could even mention Nixie, as Nixie's a DPS, but she doesn't offer a positional. And I mean, even Sasaspia has a far-reaching positional. Gale has a heavy buffing positional. but they all kind of fall flat compared to a lot of scenarios where if you're going to use Turiel, you might as well use Nerds, because if you need a tank role, Nerds is a positional DPS. Yeah, Nixie can't directly buff Artemis. What is his charisma, actually? Yeah, 13. Is a DPS to be observed from, but would be a wasted slot. I mean, potentially Gale, because Gale can hit a lot of people with his positional, and that probably will be scaled quite well. Actually, we'll put him here. Which version do I have on him? Damage chance, yeah, so let's see what that's observed for. Yeah, so he's observing that for E37, but again, he's not a DPS to be observed from, so... Good thing about Strix is also that she's part of Inc., so another fan club observance. True, but more often than not, Valentine will spread that anyway. So like in this scenario, still at 9. Yeah, I mean, and there are the lesser ones to consider for like variants where you're restricted. But it's still not an observe. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. And again, I don't think Strix is bad. I just don't like her positioning and the fact she's not a tank compared to I already have boosted Nova. Eventually, will I work on Strix to incorporate her into my Artemis team? Maybe. If I wasn't working on a absolute adversary team, I would be buffing up Nerds and Strix right now. Potentially even Fen. Did I mention Fen? I don't think I did mention Fen. I think I just skipped over Seed 5 entirely, didn't I? So yeah, Fen is another option as a positional DPS. She doesn't offer the biggest buff to observe, and it's only in her column. But there are other options like Evelyn, buffs everyone behind her like Turiel and Binwin. So at least in that scenario, you're buffing everybody. I said Seed 5, I think I meant Seed 6. Yeah, Shandy used to be good for Artemis. Back before her rework, she had 2 positionals she offered. Back when there was less DPS to choose from anyway, so she used to be really good for Artemis. But now she only has 1 positional, and there's more DPS to work with, so Shandy's definitely fallen off. So yeah, and Nox buffs everyone behind him. So Evelyn kind of does what Nox does, but better. So Evelyn would probably be the better pick if you're going for a tank. But yeah. And after going, oh, how much investment should you get targeting for Artemis before beginning to invest in the rest of his formation? If we're talking about raw investment, I think getting him to 1,000 before working on everybody else is a good bet. And he can be useful before that point. But if you're looking for like a plateau, I think 1K is a good point to reach. The end goal ideally would be 10K on him and Valentine and 1K on everybody else like I did. But, you know, everyone sets different thresholds for what they want to reach. 1,000 is also what you would have said. Yeah, it's a fair number to try to reach with Artemis for his observance before investing in other people. That's what I did anyway, was get him and Valentine to 1,000. Then buff everyone else up a bit, then pushed both of them to 10,000. Artemis first. All of that considered, at the end of the day, with our tier list, we put Artemis in S tier. And looking at it now, I just can't... we should look at his availability first, I suppose. So we'll look at his availability before we rank him. You used the moment when we could dismantle Ashe to switch from Zorbu to Artemis. I did the exact same thing, actually. If you go back and watch my early videos, I wasn't using Artemis yet. I was still using Zorbu. So, yeah. So let's look at his availability, which is pretty good, which is another good check mark for using Artemis. You will see he is evil, so he is available for Mert. He naturally has a higher con, and you can see I'm not using any... yeah, he doesn't even have any attribute feats, actually, but he doesn't need them. Vajra 14, he's got the 14 con. Strahd, 13 int, he's got this 16 int. Zariel 10, Charisma 13, Strength, Charisma, he's got those. The only downside, and the biggest downside to Artemis at this point in the game, is the recently released Elminster, as Artemis came out 1,599 days ago, exceeding the requirement of 1,095. And I am a huge availability schloot, and that is a knock against Artemis. Whereas previously he was available for all patrons, he cannot be used in Elminster. However, his ability scores make him available for every day one trials restriction and most days after that as well, which is huge for being available. CNE wants to use event champions. Guess that worked. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. But yeah, his overall TOT is crazy at 95. He's available for just about everything, and that is very important for a DPS, especially when you're the DPS that is considered the best scaling in the game. Thanks for the follow, Red Dragoon. Now, we can go a couple ways with that. Red Dragoon, are we talking like Final Fantasy Dragoon, or are we talking like Legend of Dragoon? Which way are we going with that? Let me know. Or something else entirely, I'm sure. So, at the end of the day, Final Fantasy, I dig it. I've always loved Dragoons. Gobbled them up like candy. Let's see here. And always remember, Kane's thick thighs save lives. So... Oh, yeah, that fits in with what I just said. Let us go to the tier list. And it's inevitable, and a lot of people hate it. I know. But at the end of the day, when we are talking about the DPS that scales the best in the game out of DPS, that has amazing availability, it's hard to not just consider him an S tier. Slater, you do like thick thighs, even Kane. Do you know who Kane is, Slater? I don't know if you do. I know you know Final Fantasy, but I don't know if you know Kane. Here, let me pull up Kane. Hold on. We gotta get a common consensus here. I gotta find exact. His thighs are burned in my brain. I'm gonna find the exact picture. We're looking for his old school art. Let's see here. Where are you? You're not going to evade me. I'm going to find you. We're stuck on this until I find it. I don't care. Where is it? Old. Oh, they are not gonna hide this from me. There's no way. I am finding this. I'm dead set on finding this. I know a way I can find it. No. Oh, I need to log in though. Okay, what scene? Is it a mono? Let me look that up real quick. I'll get to everyone's questions first. I'm on a very important mission right now. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. Okay, let me switch to this scene because I gotta pull something up. We'll come back to the tier list, but I need to make sure I don't show something. Because I'm finding this. I don't care. This is my goal in life. Where are you? There he is. There he is. There's my boy. Okay. So. There we go. I'm talking about this boy. Do you want this boy's thick thighs saving your lives? Huh? Look at that man. I'm talking OG Kane art. Wasn't here today when you covered Spurt. Let me guess the reason for S tier. Yeah, his availability is just so bad that it's hard to consider him an S tier. But his scaling is crazy if they don't tinker with it. Absolutely. Kane Highwind, yeah. Sure, are sidetracked very easily. Hey, side quests are the most important part of life. Oh my, what, damn, See, this is Kane Highwind from Final Fantasy IV, his original art. Look at that boy, he can jump. Dragoons jump. Those thighs and them butt, that jumping. I do like the switch in art direction to the purple armor, though. The purple armor has become very classic for the Final Fantasy Dragoon. But, look at those, Kane's thighs save lives. Come on. I mean, you saying Final Fantasy IV because you're old, that just makes me old. I played Final Fantasy 1, man, when I was a kid. I'm ancient. I mean, it might have been Nintendo Power, but it was when Final Fantasy IV was coming out. It was like an original art piece of the time. I don't think it is the original concept art, but yeah, you might be right with Nintendo Power. Which, by the way, screw Nintendo Power. We're going on that tangent too. I don't care. Back in the day when I was a little kid and just no-lifing Star Fox 64, they would publish high scores for games and would say, hey, mail in us your score and blah, 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 blah. I demolished their high score on Star Fox 64, and I sent in proof, and they never put me in the magazine. I hate them. Hey, y'all, how you doing, El Jefe? Is that what we're going for there? Dude, Star Fox, Super Nintendo, and 64. Amazing games for their time. Amazing. Your uncle works at Nintendo? Well, tell him... Well, I guess Nintendo isn't Nintendo Power. So well, tell him screw you. El Jefe, how you doing? We're just admiring Kane's buttock and thigh at this moment. Even look at his calves. He's hiding his calves. Do you think it's because his calves are small or because they're just too amazing to show off? Like we would be, you know. Anyway. I haven't fully dived into a Final Fantasy in a while. I miss Final Fantasy though. Another beautiful day. Well, when you're looking at Kane, it has to be. They're bulging out of the socks, no way they're small. See, but what if that's just like implants, right? Like he slid them in the socks and he's like, hey, I can't show off these. I gotta put something in there. Anyway. Can you put links to the new old tier lists in your profile? I could do that. I have them, I mean, they're all on the YouTube, and anytime there's a relevant thing to a video I've posted, I usually have a link to it in the description. But maybe we'll look into that. Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters aren't bad. I have looked at a few of those. I haven't played that. Okay, full disclosure, once I wrap up the tier lists and we do whatever else we want with Idle Champions, if there's enough of you hanging around, on the stream that is, I was kind of thinking of playing through OG Final Fantasies if anybody was interested in that. Because it's been a minute for me, and I used to do like yearly playthroughs. It's been a long time for me though. We'll see though. I don't know if there's going to be enough interest in that. But here is the Seat 3, well, 1, 2, and 3 tier list. You've never seen or played them. Travesty. Absolute travesty. Oh, man. A lot of them probably won't hold up. Would kind of be cool to experience it. Man, I might have to. We'll see. If there's enough people hanging around at that time, once we've finished all the tier lists and everything we want to cover in Idle Champions, Final Fantasy was near and dear to me as a kid. I was all about Final Fantasy. Man. Did you own a SNES? Yes, I did. And then I transitioned to a PS1 to maintain like Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, 10 was PS2, but... Bruner Allby's Lonesome? That's Binwin. Which actually, we were thinking about making Binwin even a little lower. Yeah, him too. Yeah, Bruner Bruner's definitely better than Binwin. Not all dwarf. I mean, a little bit, though. They are so similar when you look at them side by side. They have, like, the same mustache, the same helmet almost. They're very similar. Binwin at least has some... I mean, he's got a slow attack, but then he multiple attacks, so I guess, in a way, it can become fast. 13-2 is your favorite Nice to Feel Young? Yeah, 13, like, that's when I transitioned out of playing Final Fantasy, actually. I played 1 through 12. Kind of tinkered with 13, but never got fully into it, and then just... And I don't think 13 was bad. It just didn't catch me like the others. And then I just never played 13-2 or any of the other 13 iterations. I played the MMOs. I played 11 and 14. I never finished 15. I got bored, and I just haven't got around to 16 yet. That I put all the dwarfs at the bottom out of spite. I love dwarfs. Every time I rank a dwarf, I say I want a full working dwarf formation. How dare you? They're just usually not good. Same, you bailed after 12. Yeah, I like 12 though. It's weird. 12 has a roster where the interesting ones are very interesting, and the not interesting characters are very not interesting to me. They're like a half-half split. Balthier, Fran, and... what was his name? Oh, crap. What is his name? The prisoner. Bosch, right? Love them. Hated Von, Pinello, and... who am I forgetting? And Ash, yeah. Didn't like them at all. And that's why I think why people go to 7 as their favorite. I mean, it's getting remade now. I'm kind of a Final Fantasy VII remake hater a little bit, but OG Final Fantasy VII, I think a lot of people go back to that because it had such a cool, diverse, interesting roster and a unique world for the Final Fantasy franchise. Petition to give Artemis a feat that makes him a dwarf just to have a decent dwarf. That would be kind of funny. I mean, they did give a dwarf feat to or a glitch feat to a lot of companions of the hall. It almost wouldn't even be weird because Catti-Brie and Wolfgar got a dwarf feat. But yeah, I mean, I'm weird. I love 7 too. A lot of people hate Final Fantasy 7. We got Beetle. Beetle's not bad. Barrowin is probably the best buffing dwarf in the game right now. Bruner can be good in the niche of using the companions of the hall. Bro, you did not just mention Asheron's Call, EverQuest 2, and WoW. Yeah. I've played every expansion of WoW in detail. I have not tinkered much with EverQuest 2, and I just didn't have a PC when Asheron's Call was a big thing. My family, not exactly rich. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Caddy and Wolfgar have the glitch feats. Both are decent. It would be kind of interesting to give... and see, I don't know how you do that. It would probably just buff Jewel power, right? Because you couldn't further boost Observance at this point. Artemis too good. Oh. Man. You got me thinking about all these things now. Kane's thighs. Final Fantasy. I mean, yeah, you can. Technically, yeah. And weekly parties. I actually haven't paid attention to that. I guess it has. Yeah, huh. I think it has, you're right. But yeah, so at this point, questions. We can talk about anything you guys want, but we can maybe refinagle the tier list a little bit. If anybody sees anything they think is a little off, we can talk about it. Probably do a plus 25 all champion Artemis Dwarf glitch. Need more on different meta formations to build to. Lots on Discord, but I honestly prefer the videos. There's only so many meta builds, though. And I'm not... Like, I'll talk about the meta builds. I'm not huge on... I mean, Artemis is my main team just because... Come on. But, yeah, I'm not huge on focusing on metas. Like, in WoW, I was the guy playing the non-meta low-tier build just so I could outperform everyone else and go, eh. So, they really should have put Observe Feat in the Season Pass. even if it's just 10%. Yeah. I missed what you said about Nahara versus BBEG for speed. I remember originally you saying BBEG slowed down your formation rather than speeded it up. No. The only knock to BBEG's speed is if you're running a scriptless. You don't necessarily want him always applying bud damage because he can mess up a scriptless run. And as far as them directly versing, in my opinion, he's a little better than Nahara because you just need to push an area within 5 seconds. As long as you're doing that, his speed buff is constantly up. Whereas Nahara has to build it up. Any advice on the variant to unlock Crux? We'll go ahead and just read that off within the game so I don't mess up anything. It is a harder one, no doubt. Got the hiccups. Where was it? Topmost tower, right? Or, in EverQuest 2, I was barred, so clear support is my thing. Key to that is item levels for you to keep up. Yeah, I mean, and that I guess that is fair in that with BBEG, you do need a speed team that can at least clear an area that fast. Yeah. Scriptless, but recently you've switched to Bud gem farming. No level click damage, just a medium click damage potion, and normal gem farming outside, so BBEG doesn't mess up anything there. Okay. Yeah, and speed is important for animated GIF, absolutely. Because every 120 seconds of real-time play, a random champion is transported away, removing them from the formation. They are unavailable for the rest of the adventure. Champions can't be removed from the formation once they've been added. So it is very important to start with a heavy speed team. I mean, you want, if you can, a 4-jump Briv, just going boss to boss to boss to boss, ideally, because it is real time, so speed isn't affected by that. So, and now Diana helps with that too, with transitions. So, I mean, if you have Diana, Briv and Diana really would be and if you're not using speed potions, Shandy, because if you're going boss to boss and have a 4-jump Briv, that's huge help. And I would even honestly recommend if they randomly pull Briv early, I would rinse it, pull it again. But yeah, it does depend on how far you've got a speed team, for sure. And at that point, you kind of just have to hope they take people you're willing to lose so you can slot better champions. Or a good way to do variants like that is to only slot kind of your mid roster first so they start getting pulled out from those. Loving Diana's addition to your speed formation. Yeah, Diana's very good. Very nice that she just flat does what she does. You don't have a good speed team yet? Yeah, then it's going to be a little harder for you. Absolutely. Because it's the real-time play not getting affected by time acceleration. Yeah, it's going to be rougher for you. You're going to have to try to take the route of not slotting a full formation. Like, Fire Breath potions can't be used, so that sucks, but your click damage can carry you to 100. So depending on how far you've put your click, or your favor, you can rely on click damage for the early levels, but yeah, you're gonna only want to slot a couple of people early on so you know who's gonna get yeeted, so you can then start slotting your better champions. Do you have completed most patron variants? I know you're almost completely done with Karlach and Elminster. What about the other 3 patrons? No, not entirely. I'm almost done with Elminster. I've finished everything for Karlach, I think. I'm pretty sure I've done everything, and why did I go there? Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and just close it out so I can look at the map. Yeah. And yeah, I know what you meant, yeah. But yeah, Zariel's 100%. Elminster, I'm still at 68%. I have a little bit of Tomb of Annihilation to go. Oh, I don't have him slotted. I have a little bit of Tomb of Annihilation to go. and Grand Tour, which is a lot. I've put off Grand Tour. I've done everything else though. Yeah, but as far as Mert and Vajra and Strahd, I've only done a lot of the harder ones. I've kind of left the minor ones on them alone. Seat 4, Tuesday, 11:30 Pacific. Yep, that's when we'll be covering Seat 4 is next Tuesday at 11:30 Pacific. Dahani and Gromma pulled you most of the way through the first variant, and then A pulled you through the rest. I can see that. Yeah. Vecna will be interesting. Why not use the nice overview from the collections page? What do you mean exactly? We were just looking at my personal completion is why we were here. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess you could. I actually haven't really messed around with, I kind of even forgot they added it, honestly. The completions tab. Yeah, whatever. We'll just start an Elminster run for the heck of it. The heck. Oh, I have. Oops. Let's just do only champions from. Let's just go to a real basic one. Yeah, whatever. Oh, I undid that. Oh, man. Nar. Nar. Normally these auto-select, but I unchecked it. I'll always get hit the first time when I stream and the first time when I get off by not having that selected. I don't care. Just go. Yeah, the collections tab. Kinda completely forgot about that. You want Crux so bad, but you think you'll have to wait. It's I mean, you can definitely try relying on click up to 100 if you can, and then slotting some people you don't mind getting gobbled up, and kind of timing it right and hoping when you start slotting some good ones they don't get yeeted. It's a harder one without a good speed team for sure. Curious to hear about your process when a new champion is introduced. How do you go about testing them and preparing your videos? It's kind of changed a little bit now. But yeah, I kind of just look at their overview when they release, you know, on the Codename Entertainment site, see everything they do. I do also look up the spoilers to prepare a little bit from Emote. But then day of, yeah, I get them full epic and test their capabilities at that point and then gauge them off what everyone else is at that point, at least as far as my mind goes. And then just, I kind of have a formula I use now for my videos to break stuff down. I think the big thing is every 2 minutes instead of 4, yeah, just barely hit 60 champs. Yeah, that'll definitely be rougher for you, unfortunately. There's not much you can say or do at that point, other than either hope you get a good RNG on who gets yeeted, or get a little bit more of a speed team going. Even if you get a couple more time acceleration speed champions, that could help. Like BBEG, Sentry, Shandy, Diana. I don't know what all you're working with. How do you full epic so quick? That's a lot easier now. It was harder before. I used to use patron chests, but now that events have changed to you can buy chests directly, I just drop a bunch of bounty contracts for myself when the event starts, and just stock up on a lot of currency and just buy out a lot of chests for the champion, enough to get epic. It's a lot easier to do now with Events 2.0. And just bump them out and get to the point of being full epic. Good old collection. The skin collection keeps getting worse, showing 11 skins now as standard, even though they're not. Yeah, the skins have been weird the whole time. I looked at that, saw it wasn't like fully incorporated correctly, and I was like, because not being able to fully fill up a bar drives me crazy. when it's something unlockable in the game and they're showing it as something not. Yeah. For speed, you have Briv and Diana. Shandy is good too. Oh, I can't show Shandy here. Maybe I shouldn't have gone here. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, screw it. I'll go somewhere I can show off other champions. I didn't even think of that. But Shandy is good for flat time acceleration. Nope, let's not do that. So Shandy has dash, which is good for just straight up time acceleration, increases the game speed by 50% when the formation hasn't been under attack for 10 seconds. It'll be slightly more for you if you don't have her feats and stuff to reduce the time. But yeah, so just as long as that arrow's up, time acceleration 50%. That doesn't matter if you're using enough speed potions to get to the 10 times speed cap, but if you're not doing that, she's useful. But if you can otherwise get to 10 times time acceleration, she doesn't matter. But yeah. Is it possible to boost Shandy's dash beyond 50%? I don't... Well, I think it's normally 25, but with the feat I was using, it's 50, and that's the cap, I think. Yeah, I think 50 is the hard cap on that. How do you get Briv's jumps working better? Define working better. What exactly do you mean by that? Like, if just how you get more jumps, it's just item level investment and putting either shiny or golden on his jump equipment slot to help with that. This one, Unnatural Haste. But yeah, and other people will help, like, especially in your scenario, if you have a full absolute adversary team, you could place all of them, and Lae'zel will speed you along really good. However, if Lae'zel gets yeeted early, you'll probably want to reroll, rinse again, because you'll want to keep Lae'zel for as long as possible. So Lae'zel is a good way to counter that as well, if you have a full Ceramorphosis team. If you don't have the absolute adversaries, BBEG and Sentry are good to reduce the area requirements. They don't even need item level investment. So that's what makes them good. The Sentry does need a feat to fully get it going, though. And BBEG's feat helps him as well. There is too much random gold on the screen. Let's get at least 3 familiars out there. All right, well, that is Seat 3. We've gone through Seat 1, Seat 2, and Seat 3. Let's take a look again at the end here as we're cooling down to take a look at it. Ugh. Yeah, it's hard to say Artemis just doesn't belong in S. Earlier in the stream, you were going to go on a tangent about voice actors. Oh, not necessarily for D&D, but just voice actors in general. I've always followed voice acting. Like, even as a kid, I could just talk about voice acting for hours was kind of my point. As far as D&D goes, that's definitely harder, unless we're talking about, like, Critical Role, because that whole crew is... most of the crew is renowned voice actors that are in just about everything. Matthew Mercer, especially, and Laura Bailey. But yeah, I think I'm liking so far where everything's been placed. There might be a few shifts. Even Binwin might get to F. I think I'm going to keep him in E for now, because we still need a place to slot all of the seats. I guess I could just start picking them from the full list, instead of pre-putting them in F to confuse everybody. You wish you had a shred of talent for it? Man, like... I have done... amateur voice acting stuff. I've never been like you know, no one knows who I am. That's not the point I'm trying to make here at all. But as far as, it just comes down to actually practicing. Because a lot of people misconstrue voice acting, and they're like, oh, so you can do impressions, do a voice for me. That's not what voice acting's about, It's about acting, literally, capturing a character, not doing impressions. Not that impressions are a bad thing, but that's not what they are, You only just started playing D&D last year. Can't believe you waited so long to get into it. That's fair. I had some friends that were into it when I was younger, and I was like, nah, man, I'm a nerd, but that's like the turbo nerd thing, right? Like, nah. But I got into DMing about like 8 years ago now, and have played a couple campaigns and DM'd a couple campaigns, and I thoroughly enjoy it. Things look pretty solid on the list so far. Admittedly, meets their experience. Yeah, no, I'm liking where everything's ending up so far overall. I don't like having to put people like Brig, Donner, and Binwin so low, but, sometimes they just gats to. D&D is good for the soul. It can be, and it can be extremely detrimental if you have a bad experience with it. Bad players can bring the whole game down and just make it not feel good. When you have a good session rolling, though, yeah, it's a good feeling. It is amazing for creative thinking, and that's something I've always aligned myself to, is finding an outlet for broad creativity, right? Something I have almost all control in. And I've written a few books, not published, just, stupid books I keep to myself. But one of the worlds was a medieval fantasy world, and so I transitioned that into the world I run my campaigns in for all the people who play. Really great for creative thinking. Blessed with an excellent group. You're lucky for that, for sure. Nice, you just introduced your 4 new people to it just last week. Nice. How many sessions have you guys played? And a good DM makes a huge difference for balancing creativity with critical thought. Yeah, I'd like to say I can be good with that, but everybody struggles with that. Sometimes, for a DM, coming from a DM's perspective, I probably DM more than I play, but I enjoy playing a lot too. But sometimes it's hard depending on your player as well, because they'll only want to be creative in certain ways. So having to create the method for which everyone at the table is distinctly willing to be creative can be hard to get everyone rolling. You enjoy DMing more? It definitely gives you more to think about, but can be overwhelming too at the same time. But it is more fun to interact in just about every way within the game, for sure. Because sometimes as a player, something's going on where you're just not a part of it, and you just have to kind of sit there. DMing requires constantly being on. Yeah, and that is actually another problem too, is if people want to keep pushing because you've had a good session, but you really need to call it because you're mentally draining, it's definitely better to be like, we got to call it here and we can pick it up later, because you can turn a good session into a bad session just by dragging it along for too long and running into mental fatigue. Your son started playing in a campaign. That's cool. Curse of Strahd. Yeah, that's one thing. I would love to be a player in a set scenario, because I have always done homebrew, at least to an extent. We've done a lot of core stuff as well, but we've never run a strictly set campaign like that. Adapting when a player tries to intentionally break the session? Yeah. Oh man, got me thinking about all my sessions now. There have been a lot of groups that have fallen apart, and a lot that have stayed together. I have one reoccurring kind of core crew that has been going within my world for years. years. I've evolved a story within that world quite a bit. Kids are so chaotic. They absolutely can be. It's so funny too, because one of my family members when they were younger would disassociate from a lot of the gameplay, but then like super attached to one part of it and would be super in that moment, and then would just kind of fade back out. You can't wait to get to that. It's definitely interesting, and that's one thing I've had to learn as a DM is you have to be open to things happening that you weren't expecting to happen, and allowing the players to shift the story in a different direction than you had prepared. Because I think if you, I mean, within reason, right? Like, they can't just do anything they want. That gets a little too much on the other side. But yeah, as a DM, you have to be more flexible than sometimes you want to be. In my opinion. Because there are some characters that have become mainstay characters in my campaign that for no other reason happened because they wanted to rescue this one poor bandit on the side that I created just for a random encounter and had to evolve this guy's backstory. Became a main character within the crew. But with a bunch of neighborhood kids, the young ones don't really hesitate, they just jump right in. Sounds like Spurt. Yeah, there's a lot of Spurt-like characters that happen. Although they often stay alive. Ooh. Alright guys, well, seat 3 is complete. We will be hitting up seat 4 on Tuesday at 11:30 Pacific. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where this tier list evolves from there. But it's another one done, another one on the horizon. I'm gonna head out. And I think the tier list is looking good. I agree. We'll see how it evolves though. But the rest of you, have a great rest of the day.
Bye.